saying, look, I am forcing you to do this because I think this is going to generate growth. I might be wrong. Okay, so if I am wrong, you're not going to pay me back. I think this is very appealing in also a political sense.
Yes.
I'd just like to ask about asset
sales, because I think it was, I can't remember who it was who said this morning that, well, I mean, there's no point really talking about asset sales, because if you inherit some money from your aunt, that doesn't please your banker in the long run. But I think that's a slight dismissal of it. I mean, I think that one of the concerns that there has been, I think, in markets is that there's been a perception that there, in Greece, that there is a particular political resistance to selling assets because of the capacity for the governing parties to use the public sector to their advantage, and therefore will be giving up a significant political power. And in fact, if you look at the potential of asset sales, that could be done in Greece, they are actually quite considerable. And that there are ways of structuring that which would encourage further investment, and leverage in further investment in very key sectors, both in transport, insurance, and all the rest.
William?
Yes, I have a question for both the the question is relates to the first part of the presentation, which was about the difference between Europe and the US. And the question is very simple: why, if innovation is the solution, why did the US, why did Bush have to bail out the Lehman Brothers and the banks and all that? To start with. And then the second is, I understand the plan. I mean, there was a very nice depiction of very complex interconnected problems that sort of characterize the financial system. But then Greece appeared as if something else, as if it were the Greek problem was due to something completely exogenous, inherent to the Greek democratic problems of the political system and so on and so forth. So I didn't really, it probably was me, but I didn't get the link between the claim that the whole system is flawed with, now I will explain you why Greece failed, because that doesn't explain why Greece failed. It explains the problem, example, it was the crisis, but it doesn't explain why it was Greece. So it was Greece because Greece was particularly, so part of the argument about why it was Greece in a way was undermining all the previous analysis about the inherent problems of the financial system. And Rodrigo, first I would invite you and beg you to develop more the term, and if possibly, which official memory. Okay. Ask you, if I first of all ask you to write something like a paragraph, a very intuitive description for us, for the forum. And if you want, and then also, if I understand correctly, that would be a final step solution in a case such as Greece. After you have bailed out twice and after you've taken all the austerity measures, then you go out for this. So if history repeats itself, then we should we start with official aid already, or should we pass through all the stages and then apply official aid if the plan doesn't work? Again, it might have been my lack of understanding.
Okay, because there are another 3 questions. Let's answer the first 3 questions. Rodrigo, again.
Let me start from the last. As a matter of fact, probably there was a problem with the heading in the slide. I meant the exact opposite, that the monetary union would have failed in spite of this, but at the top of that, we do have a governance crisis in the Eurozone. Some countries were very badly governed, and the specific examples are Greece, Spain, Italy, Cyprus, and probably Ireland. So the main point there is, obviously, I didn't make it clear, is that we have 2 kinds of issues. An issue of the monetary union and its institutions, and a governance crisis in some of the countries of the north, of the south. Hence my reference to the governance indices and the quality of institutions. Now, in order to go back to privatizations, there are lots of ways to privatize things. First, there is the magic of structured finance. We could have a sovereign wealth fund backed by state assets, buying debts at 25% of its nominal price or its face value, and retiring enormous amounts of debt using those assets. There is also the kleptocratic form of privatizing assets, which we experienced in the Yeltsin era in Russia. I'm afraid the way that the institutions work, this is the most likely scenario, and that's why there's so much resistance to privatization from constituencies that are not the trade unions. Now, the third form of privatization, which I would like, is having public auctions. Ask the market to post competitive prices, and because these assets are currently undervalued, start deals with the bidders that you will share in future profit. This is the first form of privatization, but you will not see that anywhere in any document, in any policy declaration of the Greek political parties or that newly established fund for the privatization of the Greek assets. So the big fear is that it will be done in a traditional kleptocratic way, as most things have been done in Greece in the past few decades. To go back to innovation. Innovation is the same thing whenever it happens. There is a new knowledge breakthrough, and people, instead of using horsepower or manpower, all of a sudden they decide that a scientific revolution, like the invention of steam power, can be used in order to produce textiles faster and better, can be used in order to transport textiles further and faster. This is the Industrial Revolution. Before the Industrial Revolution, there have been other scientific revolutions, the discovery of the grain harvest. So this is a knowledge breakthrough, and what matters now is how you use the knowledge breakthrough. Let me tell you how the British entrepreneurs used the knowledge breakthrough that was the invention of steam power. They gathered together with their friends that had some money. They established limited liability, or what they call joint stock companies, and they invested in textiles, shipping companies, railways, and they made the Industrial Revolution possible. These guys were producing externalities because they were, in fact, exploiting their workforce. They were serial polluters. They violently re-engineered the social edifice of the British society, but they were also net contributors to the country's welfare and GDP. Why? Because they were investing their own capital. And eventually government came in and carried the externalities. You had labor relations legislation, you had environmental protection legislation, and you had the welfare state in order to pick up the pieces. Having said that, what happened with financial innovation in the 21st century was that you had lots of guys who knew that the government guarantee is there to bail them out. So they could externalize risk to everybody else, me and you. Very often in my lectures, I ask my students, who is the joint co-owner of the Royal Bank of Scotland? And they give me various answers, but the right answer is me, the British taxpayer. So, lots of people who were insiders, who understood the new technology, the benefits, and some of the disadvantages, because nobody understood everything, of this knowledge revolution, pushed their rents to the end because they could shift the risk to society. The externalities that they were created wouldn't be picked up by their own capital, but by somebody else's resources. As a result, and no government intervention, of course, A, because of the lobbying power of the industry, B, because nobody really understood what was going on, they created a massive global disaster. They reaped the rewards, not entirely, and they shifted the risks and the loss and the damage to everybody else. And I say not entirely, because as a matter of fact, and I'm a heretic here, the best revolution, the best breakthrough when it comes to the democratization of house ownership in the United States, the biggest revolution in order to make access to finance possible to people who had no income, was subprime mortgages. However, you cannot have too much of a good thing, and because they could push risk further and further and further, because it was not them or their institutions who were assuming risk, but you and I, even that became a mighty disaster. And that's what's going to happen in every scenario, that insiders who are natural rent seekers are not controlled by an outside force that is usually the government.
Thank you, Rodrigo.
My answer is very briefly. I'm just going to state that sovereign finance mainly in three ways: official lending, bilateral lending, and private lending. Private lending, where we all know, which is in the markets by issuing bonds. Bilateral lending, sovereign to sovereign. And official sector lending is the one provided by the official sector, mainly multilateral organizations, IMF, World Bank, Regional Development Bank, and now in the case of Europe with the Euro crisis, the EU. So that's what I would refer as official lending, official sector lending. I've been kind of pushed or tricked into this. Come, relax for a couple of days, present a paper, and then you go back. Now I have to write something before I go back. Thank you.
Okay.
Sorry,
No.
I thought I answered your question.
Yes, I agree.
Yep. Can another two brief questions? I have from Hugo, and then Fernando, and then Sotiris.
Me? Okay. So two comments. One about this privatization. I think one should clarify things. If I privatize and I raise 100, even if I privatize in the best possible way, 100 is the maximum amount, is what the buyer really values the thing. The net worth of the government just increased between the difference between this 100 and what it was, the asset was worth to the government. Only if the asset was worth to the government zero, the net worth of the government increased by 100. So to say, Greece can privatize 100 billion, not that by selling 100 billion, the Greece government is richer by 100 billion, it's richer by 100 billion minus whatever the present value of the flow fund was getting from this 100 billion privatized, or it was getting zero.
But they run the deficit, so it's more.
Sorry?
Some organizations run the deficit, so it's
So if an asset has a negative value, that's fine. But like in Italy now, they say Italy should sell share of the energy company, which is actually paying dividends. If I share the energy company, which is actually paying dividends, okay, maybe if the private sector values something more, but these calculations are difficult calculations. In some cases, it might increase more than 100. In most cases, I will assume it will increase less. That's just, I think we should think hard when we do this thing. The other thing is just a comment about Rodrigo's proposal. So I personally have been pushing the idea of index tax for at least 10, 15 years. I'm not the only one. Eduardo Borges, Mauro, Gustavo, many others. But there is a huge, I mean, if you go and talk with people in the market, they tell you I don't know how to price it. So there is a huge resistance to sell this, to place this type of debt, which of course has the best possible characteristics, because not only there are several advantages. One advantage is what you mentioned. The other advantage is the political things that Gustavo mentioned. But the third advantage is that when you do this debt sustainability analysis, which is more dark art and science, at least you have the incentive to try to get the number right. Because if you overstate the growth rate, you're going to get less money in the future. So all the incentives are there, but and many people have been pushing this sort of stuff for a long time. For some reason, they're not appearing.
Fernando?
This is really a small comment. It's not a question, but it has a lot to do with the overall problem that we're dealing with, which is somehow the question would be who is to be held accountable for the Greek crisis? Greece itself, international financial system, the European Union, some would even say Germany. I mean, it's a question of responsibility, somehow, which we tend to escape. So, particularly the political class, and I think this is, and the people. Because in Spain we're now realizing that somehow most of the problems that we have are not strictly economic problems, are mainly political problems. And you referred before to the Spanish banking system. I wouldn't say the Spanish banking system is in a crisis. Part of the Spanish banking system is in a crisis when the large banks don't have problems, but it's mainly the savings banks. And it's the overall Spanish economy, because the Spanish economy is very much dependent on leverage, on banking. And I think our problem was the result of not having taken, not having done banking bailouts at the beginning of the crisis, of the financial crisis. 2008, 2009, as Germany did. How much did German taxpayer pay for, for bailing out the banks at the beginning of the crisis? I don't know, but I'm sure much more than what Spain is asking now. Europe, in order to solve the banking crisis, or the United Kingdom, which is the same thing, right? And why didn't we do it? I mean, for mainly ideological reasons. Because Zapatero, who was in charge at the time, I don't know if you would agree, Jordi, who was in charge at the time. Spain in September 2008, before the Lehman Brothers, had a public debt of 35% of its gross national product. And it increased to 65% a couple of years, simply because Zapatero couldn't afford not solving the problem of this accelerated unemployment rate. And although the most intelligent measure would have been to pay off banks. And so politics interferes constantly. And in the end it's not Zapatero's fault. It's what people demand him to do, right? For democracy, yeah. And then again, what's the problem of Spanish savings banks? It's a problem derived from the fact that those banks were ruled by politicians, not by bankers. And they were using those banks in order to satisfy their clienteles, right? So, and then you have the result. So I think it's absolutely important that we can differentiate. As you did, you did very well. I mean, what are the governance problems? And the problems are not strictly of governance. It's also a problem. I would call them strictly political problems, because it has a lot to do not with the management, administration. It has to do with the logics of politics, right? The logics of elections, the logic of group polarization, party polarization, and things like that, which in the end, with no intent, create a mess, out of the, then you don't choose the right solution at the necessary time. And I think that's at least what we have experienced in Spain. So the people are puzzled in the state. Nobody told us we're going to indebt ourselves. I mean, privately. Nobody told us. Nobody warned us. They only warned us our deficit should be strictly below 3%, and we did it. And our public debt should go beyond 60%, and we did it. Sadly, you make all your homework, then crisis starts, and everything shatters. So somehow, I mean, that's
it's not just that nobody told us, it's that the monetary policy was actively encouraging.
Of course,
The incentive coming from Frankfurt was to borrow. Because that, at the center of the Eurozone, someone needed very low interest rates because we had deep problems.
Yeah, then what's the reaction after that? The reaction is simply then you're being accused of not working enough. Fiesta and siesta, they use the two Spanish words, for laziness. Well, I think we never worked as much as in the last 20 years in Spanish, right? And we were very competitive at the time. Then we have the problem of, that your best firms, your best multinationals are being hurt by, the prestige of the country. So the value has come down, increasingly. It's coming down increasingly. So in a certain way, there's some way. I mean, you suddenly realize you cannot defend yourself anymore. So I think these interdependencies have to be taken into consideration, because if not, we won't have the whole picture. So I don't think it's. I think we have had already an overdose of the way you started. This is not Greece. Okay, so Greece is the scapegoat. Outside, we need scapegoats. Other politicians, lazy populations, or Protestant, strict Protestant, German Protestants, or whatever. But I think what we need is self-critique, all of us. See what we've done wrong, and see how we can advance from what we did wrong. And I think that's if we find the right definition of what went wrong, then there's a solution to our story.
Sotiri?
Okay, so I will be brief. So just 2 points in the American media. I will have to be a bit unpleasant because I disagree. So I basically disagree with the general view of seeing data as about things, being about competitiveness in the way that was at the top. And I will do it now because I will do it tomorrow for 20 minutes, so let's keep this for tomorrow, hopefully. Next I will have to stand up for the French, because nobody supported them here. And, good wine. No, it's when you said the productivity in Europe, sort of implied productivity is low. We don't have Bill Gates here. I disagree. Productivity in France is very, very high actually. It's about as high as in America, and they work. We know there are reasons for that. They work less and everything, but it's not true that we need the Zuckerbergs and Bill Gates to be what we are. I mean, you don't need celebrity CEOs to be productive. General managers are very boring. They haven't drunk any beer, they're very but they still build the lovely. So that's where I agree with John Stevens that you're plan naked. No, they are. You're plan naked. It's not where bad and hopeless. So that's where it is.
So before we close with Rodrigo and Emilio summing up, one question also from myself. You didn't touch base on crowding out effects. You mentioned about moral hazard, but nobody discussed about crowding out effects. Gustavo, I think, did it at the beginning, saying that the low interest rates creates also crowding out effects for the private sector. Instead of borrowing more money to invest, they face low-yielding assets, and that means that they have to save more in order to satisfy the current liabilities that they have. For instance, pension schemes and insurance companies. So if you can.
Sorry for that. Just because I was not very, very brief question to Rodrigo, since you are going to sum up and wrap up, I just would like you to say something more about the Nottingham story of serial defaulted because of inherent country-specific problems, or serial defaulted because of the way it had been handled and dealt with in the beginning with the IMF? That's that.
And comment that many politicians say that Greece that perhaps we should actually become Argentina.
Okay, there are many, I'm going to be very brief, but there are many loose ends here. On privatizations, I would say many companies, and this, again, I'm telling you from experience in Latin America, not just in Argentina, but in Latin America in general, many times these utility companies are running a deficit, which was pointed by Elias, and basically, I think that particular privatization are two ways of doing it, the good way or the bad way, but I think that you also have to take into account the speed at which you need to do them. Either because that will push you into making mistakes.
Can I make a two-handed intervention on this?
Yes.
You have to ask why they're running a deficit. Are they running a deficit because they're poorly managed, or they're running a deficit because they're giving a subsidy to the public sector?
Yes.
And they're running a deficit because they're poorly managed, or they're running a deficit because they're implicitly giving a subsidy? Because if they're implicitly giving a subsidy, it's not that they're poorly managing, they're just responding to a political demand, then if you privatize the company, you would have to give the subsidy in some other way. So that's a very important thing, because again, if they run a deficit because they're implicitly giving a subsidy, again, it doesn't necessarily mean that by privatizing you make the state better off. Just clarification.
Under this definition, was Italia under deficit or sorry?
Italia should have been shut down and closed a long time ago. I mean, I don't know.
No, but so the
No, Italia was fully managed.
from the privatization
I'm going to finish and complete with, again, I use it in one of my courses, which is insolvency. I always use Argentina as an example, as a good example for everything. Serial default, why do we create the Paris Club? Because of Argentina, and now I'm going to bring Argentina for privatization. Argentina privatized everything in the 90s. Some of them brilliantly, some of them, I'm not sure it's awfully, I would say, not in the perfect way, but at least they stopped from bleeding. Why? Because they were losing loads of money on a daily basis. But on top of that, then, due to the crisis, they reach an agreement with the company because they need to keep prices down, because with the crisis that hit very severely the whole society, they provide subsidies to most of utilities. And basically the problem that you are facing now is that they were not able to increase what they were charging customers. So basically they have not been investing since 2002.
And had to restructure its economy, and it's not easy when your economy is based on heavy industry, and nobody counted on this bounce back of the German competitiveness, which made their currency largely undervalued in the new exchange rate setup. So their competitiveness was gradually being eroded because their currencies were overvalued in the internal monetary market. These guys had expensive currencies and the Germans a cheap currency. As a result, Zapatero had to borrow money in order to bridge the competitiveness gap, because it's not easy to govern a country, even a country as disciplined and as well organized as Spain, which is no Greece, with 20 or 30% unemployment. Well, you have a problem, mate, and you need to do something as a prime minister of the country. And that perhaps explains that doubling of the public debt. Another thing I would like to point out is that in order to be globally competitive these days, you've got to build capacity. And I agree with you that probably French companies are doing well. There are German managers who are not destroying value for their firms as Jack Welch did, but in fact they are building value. But you really need capital investment. And that will bring me to Kyriakos' point about driving out. These statements about a monetary union which has members who are lazy, corrupt, inept, not hardworking, and at some point will be fixed, also have translated to something else, a dearth of investment, because the markets are waiting for that magical point that the monetary union will be up and running and these members will be gone, and all the money that circulates, and there is money in the market. I contribute a massive amount of money to my pension fund. Okay, that money goes somewhere. You know where it goes? German bonds, which these guys buy at negative interest rates, or zero interest rate deposits with the central bank, which means my savings are being eroded by inflation. All that money could have translated into capital investment into the union. Why it has not been done so? Why this did not happen? Because some people choose, for reasons of political expediency, instead of explaining to their polities, especially the Dutch or the German or the other politicians, instead of explaining to their polities what a monetary union is, found it much easier to slag off half of the members of the union. And as a result, of course, investment was starved out and dried out. What I think we can clearly take from today's discussion is that we did have two interlocking crises with many heads, as Rodrigo said. A monetary union with no institutions, suffering from an erosion of competitiveness, and at the heart of it, the cancer of the biggest banking crisis the world has ever seen, and an issue of governance failures, especially in the south. So is Greece going to exit? The probable answer is no, it will not be allowed to exit, because we know how much it costs to keep Greece in the union. Nobody knows how much a Greek exit will cost. So on the basis of a cost-benefit analysis, probably Greece will stay in the union. The way forward, a more federal Europe. Is this going to be a Iena moment? I think it's many Ienas for moment. This is a big bang for the monetary union, and it's anybody's guess which way it will turn.
Thank you very much, all of you. I think it was a long day. Now you can enjoy a Spanish siesta. And then at 8:30 we have a dinner outside in the restaurant. Thank you very much.
May I ask if I have a specific question?
The passage of Tolstoy, that was from Anna Karenina, but from War and Peace, and this is exactly the passage in which Tolstoy talks about the general. Okay? This is where Tolstoy talks about fuel. And this is what, I will not read this, but this is what Tolstoy has to say about fuel. And basically say, this general had his own theory of war, the theory of oblique movements. I don't know what it is. But anyway, so he had this theory of war, and he thought that each battle should be fought according to this theory of oblique movement, and he basically lost every battle he fought. But that for him was not strong evidence that his theory was wrong, was just he was convinced that his theory was not applied in the right way. So, and what I want to talk today is about people who are fixated with a theory who explains everything, and maybe this theory might be wrong, and there is evidence that this theory is wrong, but people like Fourier remain fixated on the validity of this theory. So let me start also with something that was mentioned yesterday. So the standard debt dynamic equations, and that's what we learned in our first class of economics. So we learned that debt grows according to an equation of this type, like the change in debt is equal to the deficit. Or if you want to do it in fancier terms, if you want to work in terms of income per capita, of debt per capita, debt as a share of GDP, you're going to write it like this, that the change in the debt to GDP ratio is equal to the primary deficit, plus the difference between the interest rate and the growth rate of the economy multiplied by the initial level. So now I'm going to say something very radical. I'm going to say that this is wrong. And saying that this is wrong is might be a bit exaggerated, but I'm going to say that it's imprecise. And here I have a paper about this. It's called the unexplained part of debt, and this paper has a lot of econometrics and whatever, this is some of the econometric stuff, but I will not bore you with econometrics. So Rodrigo yesterday said that Argentina is a good example for everything, so let me give you an example out of Argentina. So this is Argentina's fiscal performance in the run-up to the crisis of 2001, 2002. So, and if you see the black line is the average deficit of Argentina over the 1991-2000 periods. In fact, the deficit was not very large. It was 1.2% of GDP. In fact, I always say if Argentina had been in Europe, it could have joined the euro without breaking the books. Unlike Italy and other countries, because it had a low deficit, a low debt, low inflation. So Argentina deficit over the 2000-2002 period was 5.4% of GDP over a 2-year period, 3% in 2001 and 2% in 2002. So if we believe, and the debt to GDP ratio in 2001 was about 58% of GDP. So if we believe our debt accumulation equation, we should think that the debt to GDP ratio in 2002 would have been slightly higher than 58% of GDP. 60, 62, 63, 65, 70 if we really cook the numbers, 80 if they, Well, now Rodrigo, we are not allowed to answer. Does anybody know what the debt to GDP ratio of Argentina was in 2002? So you have a starting debt to GDP ratio of 58%, you have a deficit of 3%, assume that they cooked the book that the deficit was 3 times larger, it was 10%. So that should tell you should have a debt to GDP ratio of 68%, 70%, really. So that was the debt to GDP ratio of Argentina in 2002, under 50%. So the story here is what it said, that Argentina dollar debt, when the peso went from $1 to 1 peso to 4 pesos to $1, the GDP ratio went up by 2 times. So again, this is one example that fiscal policy and debt levels are not always the key explanation. There are other. So let's look at Europe now. So this is the average budget balance of a bunch of European countries before the crisis. So you can see that Greece and Portugal, so again the black line is the euro area average. And again, so you see the black line is the euro area average, so you can see that Greece and Portugal indeed they had very large deficits. Italy and France were basically identical, a little bit above the euro area average, a little bit above Germany. The UK was there in the euro area average, not the euro country, but anyway, put it there. And Spain and Ireland were actually running surpluses. So this is the total budget deficit. This is not something which is really under control of the fiscal authorities because a bunch of it is interest payment, which is determined by past decisions. So if you look at what Gustavo told us yesterday, the authorities care about, which is the primary, it looks like this, right? So this is the deficit next to net of interest payment. So again, you get that Portugal had a large deficit, Greece had a deficit, France had a small surplus, Germany had a small surplus, Italy, Spain, and Ireland had a huge surplus. So again, it doesn't seem that these countries went into the crisis with irresponsible fiscal policies. Maybe there are other problems, but fiscal policy doesn't seem to be because, by the way, some people say that Spain if we had known that the boom of Spain was unsustainable, maybe they should have written tighter policies if we had known. But this is an estimate done in 2007 of the IMF of the structural position of Spain and the structural, and so the actual and the structural are basically identical. Then exposed, everybody can say exposed, but like something, you don't know. So the first fact I would like to tell you that only 2 out of 5 chiefs actually had what was called bad fiscal policy. I don't know what bad fiscal policy is. Bad fiscal policy is a pro-cyclical fiscal policy. It's not more to do with the cyclicality, with everything. But if you think it's bad, it's roughly. The other thing I would like to tell you is that so the first thing, deficit is not everything. The second thing that I would like to point out is that debt is not everything. And this is like, I'm going to show you a graph that was popularized by Paul de Graaf. So this is the evolution of the public debt of Spain and the UK. So the blue line is the UK, the red line is Spain. So you can see 2 things, and the black line is the crisis, it's Lehman. You can see 2 things about this, that before the crisis, the Spanish debt was going down, was lower than the British debt. After the crisis, the debt of both Spain and the UK started going up. Spanish debt at a slightly higher rate, but not much higher rate, but still now the debt of Spain is lower than the UK. Now, if you look at the yields, before the crisis, the yields were sort of matching what the debt told you. That so Spain had lower debt and had lower yields, and UK had higher debt and had higher yields. But after the crisis, something weird happened. The yield of Spain picked up, and the one of the UK went down. Now, there are 2 interesting things about this graph. One thing is that the debt of Spain is now, the yield of Spain is now much higher than the yield of the UK. But the thing that's even more interesting now is that the yield of the UK now, which clearly the UK are in a much worse debt and fiscal situation than 4 years ago. The yield of the UK now is lower than the yield of the UK 4 years ago. So even if you say, oh, Spain is weird, but again, so there is something else. And in fact, if you look at various econometric models which try to estimate the effect of public debt on yield, you see that they find something, there is some heterogeneity, but the effects tend to be fairly small. One more fact. So who broke the rules of the euro? So people talk again a lot about fiscal policy, but let's look at another fact. Let's look at inflation. So the red line is the implicit inflation target of the ECB. It's 2% a year. So that's what would have happened to prices if your price level starts at 100 in 1999 and your price level increased by 2% a year. By 2010, your price level is about 124. So that's the red line. The yellow line is the average inflation in the euro area. Right on spot. So when the ECB tells you we did an amazing job, since our objective is average inflation in the euro area, they're right, they did an amazing job. Then of course, most of the time the president of the ECB was a French guy, so France did an amazing job as well, right on target. Then there are the lazy Southern Europeans who have inflation above average, so now they have much higher price levels with respect to the euro area average, and that's because the competitiveness problem which led to most of the problems. But now, by arithmetic, if you have a group of people, if the average is something, and if you have somebody who's above average, you need to have somebody who's below average. And these are, I call Germany, but these are Northern European friends. Now, you can discuss this for a long time, but if you have a target, is overshooting the target much bigger sin than undershooting the target? No, but by definition, not everybody should have undershot the target. You can do the same thing if you do unit labor cost. So let me sum up. So that crisis has different origins. In Greece and Portugal, you have a fiscal problem. In Italy, the main problem is low growth. In Ireland and Spain, you have housing bubbles and banking crisis. And my question is like, if these prices have a different origin, why is the cure always the same? Why is the cure always fiscal retrenchment? So if I go to the doctor, it's not that if I go there with a broken leg, the doctor is not going to tell me, you know, healthy diet, exercise, low cholesterol. Of course, this is always good, but it's not going to do anything for my broken leg. So is it fuel all over again? So we have again a unique theory that can solve all problems. So here I have a long discussion. So there was a question at the beginning of this session. So is there an Ithaca? So this is Ulysses. So at this point, the only guy who's playing the role of Ulysses is this guy. And of course, he has to fight really hard not to listen to the sirens. The problem. So I think, given the political constraints he faces, he need what he could, but I think we need more. We need fiscal stimulus. And now, inflation, and this debate is going on in the US now, inflation now is a good thing. Of course, we don't want hyperinflation, but some inflation is a good thing. What is a good thing? Because go back to this graph. So at some point, the prices of the southern guy need to be aligned with the prices of the other guys. This can happen in two ways. It can happen through internal devaluation, what we heard yesterday. Now, internal devaluation, so prices in Southern Europe are going to go down. Now, internal devaluation has two problems. One problem that is painful and slow. That's okay. You know, the Baltics are doing it. But internal devaluation is a problem which solves a flow problem. It's a problem if you have a stock problem. Because let's assume that you live in a Chicago world, in a Minnesota world, in which, you know, you announce, you know, let's cut prices by 50%, and immediately everybody cuts prices and salaries by 50%, so there is a rapid and painless adjustment. Now, if you don't have debt, that's not a problem. But in the moment you have debt, which is a nominal variable, when you cut prices, your debt to GDP ratio is going to double. So, internal devaluation, if you have a stock problem, that is, if you have a debt problem, not only is painful, but it's going to kill you on the debt side. While some inflation is going to solve the problem on the other side. So it's going to help with alignment, and it's going to help with the debt. Now, so I do think that we need expansionary fiscal policies. That's what also the message of Gustavo in countries that can do it. Of course, I also understand the concerns of the typical German or the stereotypical German taxpayer. So we need also some mechanism to guarantee that things will change in the future. So we always have this tension about what is in the relevant horizon, which is the 2 or 3 years, we need an expansionary policy, but we need to guarantee that in the long run, the policies that you adopt are sustainable, which is always a hard thing politically, especially as somebody yesterday said, you know, we didn't do the right thing during the good time, how can you convince people that we do the right thing in the future? So that's a difficult dilemma. That's why, you know, we're still searching for Ithaca. But, well, also, so I was sort of happy yesterday when I heard the story of fuel, because in a sense, like, from this disaster, a very good thing came up. And also Gustavo yesterday, maybe this disaster we're going to go up, we're going through now, we're going to get a stronger Europe. So that's might be the third silver lining of the whole story. But I think
thank you very much as well. Now we go to Zofidis. Zofidis also 15 minutes. Yes, so I don't know how should we keep to the presentation first? Actually, yes, at least I'm going to distance. Does anyone have any questions from more? Yes. Yeah.
Hugo, so you seem to say that inflation will help. I believe that many people, they say that financial liberation is the answer to the leverage situation we have right now.
Financial?
Liberation. And my question is, touching back to the last point that you said, if in the good times I was conservative and I didn't borrow and I saved, so I didn't enjoy the upturn. And now in the downturn, you're telling me that my savings are going to be destroyed by inflation. So I am penalized in the upturn, I am penalized in the downturn. How do you solve this?
Well, so let me tell you that I'm this guy, because I never had money, and I started making a high income in the past 6 or 7 years, and now I have a lot of money sitting in my bank account earning 0 interest rate. So I would be the first one who's screwed by the policy I'm advocating. So if you put the thing from a moral point of view, of course it's morally wrong. But the point is, like, what's the alternative? So that's I mean, it seems clear to me that the debt of Greece at this point is unsustainable. The situation is unsustainable. So you need somebody to take the hit. And So again, I don't have a clear answer to that. I agree that from a moral point of view, this is probably an unfair situation, an unfair proposal, but to me, it seems the only one that can work. But I don't know if that's a satisfactory answer.
Maybe the answer to the sovereign debt crisis is not about the word debt, but the word sovereign.
Sorry?
The answer to the sovereign debt crisis, maybe it doesn't have to do with the debt part of it, but the sovereign part of it.
So I don't understand the question.
No, it's more of a statement, like because it's clearly that Greek debt is on an unsustainable path, right?
Yeah.
But however you put the numbers.
But this crisis is not only about Greece. So I mean, I'm fine if you tell me Greece, you have the sovereign misbehaving, but then I'm asking you, what is the problem with Spain? So let me give you an example. So people talk a lot about Europe, the US. Why is Europe not like the US? Why is California default is not a problem? Why we have a problem? So in the early 80s, there was a huge banking crisis in Texas. So all the saving and loan industry went bust in Texas. So what happened at that point? At that point, the federal government bailed out the banks in Texas with a transfer equal to 30% of the Texan GDP. 30%. This was not a loan. It was not a loan. It was a transfer. It was a gift. It was money that went from the federal government to the banks in Texas which were bust. Now, again, that was not a sovereign or state level problem. Texas was banks that gone bust. Now, if Europe had a similar mechanism, Greece would still be in trouble, but Spain would not be in trouble. If there were transfers from somewhere in Brussels or Frankfurt or whatever, of 30% of the Spanish GDP to the Spanish banks, like it happened in Texas when there was the banking crisis in Texas, Spain would not be in trouble now. But that's not a sovereign problem. It's some sort of fact that we have an incomplete union.
Yes, Alice?
Very quickly, Kyriakos' question is very pertinent and raises all the very tough issues about North and South fiscal responsibility, fiscal irresponsibility during the sort of fat cow's years, as it were. But going back to trying to bring together what we were discussing yesterday in terms of understanding and proposing a way forward, particularly with the discussion after Gustavo's presentation, to understand more in a holistic way, my paradigm or analogy to answer or to provide some sort of context to Kyriakos' question would be, since we inevitably have some there is a moral discourse, fiscal responsibility, you have to somehow get the benefit of being responsible, and then fiscal irresponsibility, some sort of a type of sin that you have to pay for it. And therefore I would use tools that refer, as an analogy, is the parable of the prodigal son. Yes, the idea that if we are this unhappy family at this moment, the idea that based on solidarity that Gustavo was mentioning yesterday, the idea that perhaps even those that the better, the more responsible, should, for the sake of maintaining that family together, for the long run, for a short period, try to first, bite a little bit of the bullets, with the hope that the prodigal son has returned, i.e., will cease to be prodigal anymore, and perhaps will switch his or her ways.
That's in my system your challenge at the end, because in a sense I understand Kyriakos' concern, and I understand that what I think is the right thing to do is not, ideally we have people who make mistakes, and we would like these people who make mistakes to pay for the mistake they made, and the solution I'm proposing is probably doesn't go in that way, even though it's a difficult thing to think. But at this point, I think one should focus on the solution that can solve the crisis. And the real challenge, though, is to make the prodigal son, behave well in the future at this point, because then we can discuss everything you want about the past. But if you go to Napoli, they have a way of saying that chi ha avuto, chi ha dato, e scordiamoci passato. Who got it to gave, and let's forget the past.
And on that note, the Napoli won't do it. Now, William, is another question.
I found extremely instructive what you said about the transfers to the savings and loans industry in Texas. And I had completely forgotten about it, although I shouldn't, as a banking expert. So the question here is, can you ever have a functional monetary union without fiscal transfers? And if those fiscal transfers are not between New York and Arizona, but between Spain and the Netherlands, or Portugal and Finland, wouldn't you need some kind of conditionality? Because what you say can work when we are one nation, as the Americans claim to be. But if you have a constellation of different nations and sovereign countries, how is a mechanism of fiscal transfers ever going to work without a superimposing conditionality?
So in the case of the example of Texas was not, well, it was a fiscal transfer, of course, because of transfer, but this was, basically, bank deposits were guaranteed. There is a unique supervisory authority of the banking system, which also guarantees the deposit, and when the banks went bust, this unique supervisor paid the guaranteed deposit. So, for sure, for banks, if you want to have something like this, you need one entity that supervises the bank, and one entity that pays the deposit insurance if the banks go bust. So this is clearly, and at this stage, the only one who can do it is the ECB. So of course, you have to delegate bank supervision to these guys, and delegate also the deposit guarantee. And nobody wants to do this, right? The Spaniards don't want to do that, but the Germans don't want to do that either, right? They don't want their Landesbank supervised by some non-German guys. So So that's again, that's a scene of everybody. It's not a scene of the southern guy versus the northern guy. And of course, if you want large fiscal transfer, but in my view, these large transfers are more associated to banking crisis than to other things. So, but you might want, of course, in the US, you have a lot of risk sharing to the fact that most of the welfare payment goes to the central government. So pensions and food stamps and all this stuff goes to the central government. But you know.
Mr. Garcia.
I just wanted to ask, what would the result be if such a policy for the euro area as a whole? And would it undermine the competitiveness of the euro area as a whole?
I am going to talk about this a bit. So.
Let's not expropriate his time. If he doesn't satisfy you with his answer, my answer is
it might be better to talk about it after.
Yeah, we'll talk about it.
Okay.
It was a very interesting presentation, thank you. One of the only issues that I thought, what would happen if you show the slide of the price level to a German, and I think he would say it's not us that have broken the rule, that we have had a lower rate of increase simply because we've done our job with productivity and reforms, and so the problem, they would put that graph as an accusation basically to you, the Southerners, and I wonder what your thoughts are on this. But more on Kyriakos' question about inflation. If we think of inflation in the way Ugo and I think about it, so it's an inflation that doesn't come from monetary policy, because monetary policy is basically, as we see, inept both in raising output and in changing relative competitiveness, but that comes from asymmetric fiscal policies, right? Comes from a more expansive fiscal policy in the northern areas and less expansive but not restrictive in the cricket areas, right? The southern areas. What is the impact of that kind of German higher inflation? And here I'm talking about distributional impact, because your question was distribution. So, one, there is more output growth. Where does that output growth go? Right, Germany has a slowing moment of the cycle, right? And so they're talking about this. Who benefits internally from that more greater internal demand? But the second question is, inflation is always redistributed. It's a taxation, right? So you're right. You have some savers that will lose unexpected inflation, and obviously you would have some gain from the lower net present value of future taxes, and who gains from that. So I think that to answer your question, which is distributional in nature, one should take the whole of the pie and see who gains and who loses, and not just that particular bunch of bond holders or whatever.
Okay, and Mr. Stevens?
I do think that it's not realistic to talk about inflating our way out of this problem, only because the levels of inflation required to make serious impact on the Greek debt levels, for example, are just astronomical. And also, I'm very much opposed to inflation as a policy tool, because it invariably hurts the weakest. And I think in this sense, the German philosophy and instinct is entirely correct. I think what was a very interesting presentation, what to me was slightly missing was the market element, which is of course true that if you impose an internal devaluation and you cut everyone's salaries by 50%, in theory you then double the debt. But I mean, that's missing the fact that in this market crisis what has happened is that the clearing price at which you could now pay all Greek debt has gone to the floor. What is missing is a mechanism to come in and buy distressed property, warehouse it, until you've got better times. I mean, this is a time scale problem, fundamentally. And also the other thing I would say is that it's very important to realize that this present crisis is a crisis of the past. It's going to be a lot easier to impose disciplines going forward. At least for another 20 years, I mean, whatever the memory of markets are. I mean, who is going to lend excessively to the Greek government for the next 25 years? No one. Who is going to lend to Spanish property for the next 25 years? No one. This is the problem of the past, not the future. It's going to be, to impose disciplines in the future, it's going to be a lot easier, whatever structures we come up with. And what is, at the moment, to clear Greek debt is very cheap because the price has collapsed. If you then have a recovery, so there are some vulture funds coming in, you get the price. It's much more expensive. But so equally, to clear the Spanish housing overhang now, if you had an instrument that could come in, buy all these empty properties, warehouse them for 20 years and sell them over a 20-year period to retiring Germans, that would be a really good business, actually. The problem is you haven't got, it's not so much a lender of last resort, it's an entrepreneur of last resort. An entrepreneur of last resort is what we're missing in Europe. A strategic investment fund that can clear the present problem. Because once you clear the present problem, I'm absolutely convinced going forward it's going to be a lot easier.
Yes.
Okay. So one quick reaction to Gustavo's thing of the German answer. My only point is simple. If the ECB has a target of 2%, not everybody can have a price increase of 1%. Now, if everybody has a price increase of 1%, then you violate the inflation target. Then it means the inflation target of the ECB was wrong. So that was just my comment. So maybe the ECB should have an inflation target of 1%. Who knows? Now, two answers to John's comment. One thing about inflation, so inflation is a tax, as Gustavo said. And when you study public finance, you learn something about tax. That taxes, they're all distortionary, and the ideal level of a tax is the one in which equalize distortion across all the tax levels. That's for the theoretical right tax, right? You want to equalize distortion across different types of taxes. Now, what is the distortion of inflation, whether it's more distortionary than an income tax or less distortionary than income tax at the 2% level or not? I don't know. The other thing, nobody's advocating an inflation of 20%. I'm only saying that if you want to converge the unit labor cost of Greece converging with those of Germany, you could have the unit labor cost of Greece to decrease by 4% a year, or you could have the German labor cost increase by 4% a year. I'm not talking about 20% hyperinflation, whatever. But that's but there are very ideological views. I mean, we know that very high inflation is bad. We know that inflation of 30, 40, 50% is bad. There is no economist who has a theory or a model that will tell you that inflation of 4% is worse than inflation of 2%. This idea that the inflation target was 2% came out of thin air. There is no theoretical or whatever reason why the inflation target should be 2%. That's my only point. There is at some point people got convinced that that's a good inflation target, but why should that be a good inflation target? That's not good.
Yeah,
very quick answer on that. I mean, in my understanding of when of the ECB thinking of this, which goes back to Bundesbank thinking, is that the inflation target, firstly, although it's called a target, which suggests that you can overshoot as well as undershoot, what is really meant is that it's a sort of super. That's what. Secondly, 2% inflation is thought to be more or less price stability. And it's price stability which is the ruling ethos of a sound monetary system. That's what we're really talking about. It's price stability, not any particular number.
Okay. So let's now move to the next presentation.
Okay. So just add what John just said. We had a visit from a Fed official once, and he told us what the Fed should do about the prices. Can you hear what I'm saying? So what the Fed should do about the prices is just buy many houses and burn them to the ground. I'm not sure that the Fed should do that. Anyway, so thanks for having me here and bringing up this very session here. Not that interesting. The only thing to show you in this first slide is that I'm an economist, so I'm allowed to wear a pink shirt here with a suit or something. For the audience, there are more headphones to be than it. Το μικρόφωνο έχει πολλά, ακουστικά έχει πολλά για μετάφραση. Today is more useful than yesterday, apparently. Translation again. Okay. Just some notes. I was a bit uncertain about who will be here, so I might be repeating too many things. I'm sorry about that. An important thing is please interrupt me. I believe in a lively discussion. I won't be speaking here long for 15 minutes. I might actually fall asleep. I did it. Okay. So here's something that most people here know, that there's a big problem in Europe with a big part of the debate about the crisis has been in terms of morals. Prudent Germans, the irresponsible Greeks, or the other way, that were the egoistic Germans who are taking advantage of the weaker countries and trying to dominate them. Well, this is very irrelevant right now, I would say, as other speakers have said before. There's a major crisis in the Eurozone states. Everybody will be affected, right? So the first thing to do right now is just to solve the problem. But still, these moralistic attitudes are causing trouble, and that's an easy way to see that. So that's Chancellor Merkel, as Markakis showed us yesterday, saying pretty absurd things for me. So one thing was that we cannot have one currency where one gets a lot of holidays and another very little. Or in my department, we definitely have the same currency, but we have very different vacation schedules. Okay? So I really just don't understand this sort of thing. I don't know how it makes sense. Another thing she said was like, there should be no economic growth based on debt. Again, I don't get it. I don't see how this is an economic statement with a good foundation. Okay? Why should debt between rational individuals be bad? I don't know. So here are the practical issues as I see them. I see that people confuse fiscal issues with external balance issues, which some people call a competitiveness issue. Fiscal problems exist in Greece, or probably too much as a state. Our trade deficits are not necessarily bad, and I will come back to that. But there's some that I think all economists agree that the external balance has no optimal value, that's just obvious. Nobody says you should never have a trade deficit or a trade surplus. Okay? It depends. So what is Germany's problem? It's in a pivotal role in the Eurozone right now, for which I think it's not ready. It's not ready in an intellectual way. So in the past, what was happening was that we were having progress in the Eurozone, deeper integration, and usually people who were going to lose, countries who were going to lose, were getting a big check from Germany, and then they agreed and everything went forward. This stopped happening recently, and this is sort of killing progress in Europe. Okay? Not only this is not happening, but Germany is actually imposing bad economics in many countries in Europe. And the problem is that these economics are not even self-serving. I think they're bad for Germany too. Okay? And I will show you what I mean. Let's remember for a second what the EU was supposed to be. So the European Monetary Union was supposed to lead to deeper integration of the European economies, right? Why was that good? Why was that a good idea? Because we had the idea that maybe there's a lot of capital somewhere, there's not so much capital somewhere else in Europe, so it's good to bring these things together, right? Because better to have an efficient allocation of capital across the continent. And how does capital, how do you get a more efficient allocation of capital? Well, capital has to move, okay? That's pretty important, and I will come back to that. What was the goal of this whole exercise? Well, a higher income for everybody, okay? And hold that thought too. So some people would argue that the periphery members, I don't like all of them, with other names. The periphery members were just too weak to be in the European Monetary Union. And the reasons they're citing usually are stuff like, oh, the inflation was too high, trade deficits were high. And by this they mean there's a big asymmetry between, let's say Germany and Greece. Okay? Is that really a problem? Was this not actually the reason why we have the monetary union? Is it only that Germany clones should be in a currency union with Germany? I don't think so. Okay. So let's first have a very fast look at the trade deficits. This is what you probably have seen many times. These are the trade deficits in Greece, Germany, Ireland, Italy, Portugal, etc. over time. And you see that some countries. So basically, all these countries have a trade deficit except for Germany, and Germany basically had a corresponding surplus. Okay, so if you add all the deficits, then you get the mirror image of the German surplus. Okay. Just a small note here. We heard something yesterday that the Eurozone is not competitive. I don't see this in this picture. If you add all these deficits, you get something like 0. Okay, so where is the competitiveness issue for the Eurozone as a whole? I'm not sure I can see it here. But is it a problem for the smaller countries, for the periphery countries, that they have these deficits? Not sure. I would claim here that competitiveness as a goal by itself is crazy. I don't know why would you care about something called competitiveness. The goal of the MBA again was high incomes. Okay. Now, keeping your wages low does not lead to high incomes. I guess that's a pretty trivial point. But people can forget that, right? So the idea is that we should have high wages in Europe. We shouldn't keep wages low forever, right? Note here that the Europe of Germany's would not look like Germany. So if everyone in the Eurozone was exactly like Germany, trying to keep wages low, what would happen? It's tricky, and the exchange rate would change. Up to the point that probably the surplus would disappear. Okay? So Germany on its own couldn't do what it's doing now. It's doing this because other countries are keeping the exchange rate in a different level. Okay? Now, I hope we also agree that Germany was sometimes too obsessed with this price stability thing. And I lived in Germany for many years. The word I was hearing most often about economics was exportmeister. Like they really want to be the champion of exports. I think that's a mistake. Why does Germany want to export its goods instead of consuming it itself? I'm not sure about it. What this has led to is weird things. Like when I started in Germany, our scholarship was about 1,000 marks. Right now it's about 1,100 euros, which is almost the same level, 13 years later. Okay, why is that a good thing? I don't know. My rent in Germany is almost exactly the same. It doesn't change. It's something to disagree. You can tell me. You can interrupt if you want. And I still see more BMWs in Washington or in America in general than in Berlin. Okay?
That's because Berlin is a very poor city. You will see more of everything in big Russia.
That's a good point. That's a good point. I take that point. Although you still see more of them in DC, I think, than in Chicago. Okay, so let me come to that point that we started before. Trade deficits are not always bad. Okay? So recall that the interbank lending, so lending between banks in the Eurozone, had exploded up in 2008. What was happening was, for example, French banks giving money to Greek banks, and then Greek banks were lending to private individuals. What does this mean? That capital transfers from countries where capital was relatively abundant to those where it's scarce. Right? That's a good investment opportunity. There's no capital in Greece, it's a good idea to lend people there. Right? So we have this massive capital inflow. What does this mean? By accounting identity, this means there will be a current account deficit in these countries, right? So if money is flowing into Greece from German banks, it has to be the case that Greece has a trade deficit. It has to be. There's no way out of it. Okay? So in other words, holding your capital account constant, so all these inflows, holding them constant, the country cannot have a trade surplus, okay? Even if its products are amazingly good. It doesn't matter.
Sorry. My comment is, one of the points of the euro was they've made capital flows from Northern Europe to Southern Europe a lot easier, and made investments in Southern Europe a lot safer. And that worked for a while. The problem was that the investments that were made were bad investments. That's the problem. But the money was not spent on things that generate returns, but went into public sector wages and farm property and so
I'm trying to abstract here from fiscal issues. So the fact that the Greek state was borrowing money and giving it to people I'll show you later, that was probably a bad idea. But do you like this hotel?
That's not the point.
It is the point, because all this infrastructure increase, like the private part of it, good hotels, good businesses.
Too much of that. The 10,000 hotels like this in Spain, which are absolutely
There are not 10,000 like this.
Oh,
There are many 10,000 apartments, however, for speculations. Hotels are doing better than anywhere in the world.
hotels in Ireland.
Thank God, not hotels. That was keeping our economy.
Built with German
A lot of
Too much, but it's not even down the drain. It's bad.
I agree partly, so it's good to separate it. So what I'm saying is, rational lending is not a bad thing. And people want rational lending in general. I think that's not right. Okay? So here's a very small model that the microeconomists in the room will hate me for actually presenting. So let's suppose a small planet called asymmetry, and it has Homo economicus inside, so completely rational agents. Perfect foresight, they know what will happen in the future, they never get fooled or anything like that. There are no governments, nobody's borrowing and giving it to corruption and individuals, something like that. Okay? And then you have two countries with the same population. They're divided by a river. Okay? The only difference between these two countries is that one has more capital than the other. Okay? And just so we don't get confused, it's not that people in one country are lazy, the others are not. Let's think Germany in 2010, Germany in 1990. So the one has accumulated more capital. Okay? What will happen? Well, because capital is scarce, interest rates will be higher in this smaller country. Okay? And if you build a bridge between the two countries and you call it the monetary union, what do you get? Banks will lend money from one country to the other. Okay? So you will have flows of capital. What else will happen? Well, that's what you should see. So I have a laser pointer, I guess. The important graph is this one here. That's what you will see in your current account. Okay, you will see an explosion in the current account. One account will have a very big deficit, the other will have a very big surplus. What happens to this? It just closes by itself at some point. Okay? It's very natural that you see this explosion, but it will adjust by itself. Okay? What if I zoom in a bit here in the first years? In these first years. That's what you see. It's just this huge gap. And that's what I showed you before, right? So this is what happened in Europe. This is what my small Mickey Mouse model says. Remember, no laziness, no crazy people, no crazy lending. It's just completely standard economics. This is what should happen. So why is the Greek economy collapsing if I'm right about all these things and nobody did anything stupid? Well, Greece in 2008 had a lot of misallocation of capital. So a lot of money was going to the wrong people, and they were spending in the wrong things. Okay? There's actually a Chinese guy who actually owned a car like that, but apparently many Greeks behave the same way. Well, Greece has changed since 2008. I think most people would agree objectively that it was a country before that people didn't care. This is EU money, let's spend it here or there, let's build a golden statue of some national hero, nobody cares, right? It's European money. I have a nephews and Egypt and I find any job in the private sector which puts me in work for the state. This happened a lot, okay? I think this has changed. The public sector is much more efficient, well, at least in things that are not that obvious, but I see they're trying to work in a better way, which is new for me. Okay, people are saying the state should work in a better way than actually mean it. It's a good thing. Unit labor costs have fell. Wages have fell like crazy. Exports have risen. Imports have fallen. Okay, you see less crazy cars in the street. And there's a growing sense, I think, that's not measurable yet, at least. I don't have a quantitative measure of this. But people think waste is bad. Okay, people try not to waste money anymore. And some other things have changed too. But why is then Greece still collapsing? Well, because there's a bank run. That's what's happening right now. It's nothing else. It's not that, oh, Greece is crazy, Greece was not competitive, you have all these people doing nothing. Well, there's a bank run, there's money flowing out of Greece because of reasons that other people have spoken about. And you cannot have a growing economy when deposits go down like that. Okay, we're talking about 7 billion euro in November, so by now it's even more. Okay, so Greek banks are not healthy, not because they make bad investments necessarily, but just because there's a crisis of confidence right now. And what is the problem is that you see this happening all over Southern Europe now. In Spain, getting a mortgage right now, I think it's pretty hard. It will probably get harder. I think it's similar in Italy. I would prefer the Italians to tell us about this, but I think it's happening there too. And there's basically disintegration. It's a very bad thing happening. So we started the monetary union to have countries moving capital from regions where they don't really need it to regions where they need it. What we have now is the exact opposite. Everybody's bringing their money back. Okay? Banks are avoiding Greece risk, or Spain risk, which means they just don't invest there anymore. Okay? Two major French banks are leaving Greece. Even a bank from Cyprus is leaving Greece. Okay? That's a bad thing. It's not a good thing. And it's the opposite of what we hoped to happen with the European monetary union. Okay? What's happening now? That's something that other speakers mostly spoke about. So basically, the ECB is trying to stop this panic. It's not doing it very well yet because basically there's no consensus among the big players what should be done and when it should be done. And I think that's the basic problem. And what now? I don't know. We're still waiting.
Questions?
I just say a few things. I think it's absolutely true that one of the underestimated roots of the crisis is the fact that following the Lehman's collapse, this flow of capital from Northern Europe to Southern Europe dried up. And that was actually really difficult, and that's what, particularly Spain, which otherwise was in physically quite good shape. And I also think that the banking crisis is the heart of this, and this renationalisation of banking and the shrinkage of transnational banking is what's got to be put in reverse. But the way, and I think that's really what should be the purpose of the banking union. And what you've got to end up with is a massive rationalisation of banks across Europe. And in this, I think the Commission is absolutely right. You've got to go for the full number as much as possible, rather than just the top 27. Because it's the use of the banking sector by politicians in various forms, whether it be German Landesbank or Caixas in Spain, is near the heart of a lot of these things. And I don't know where we are on that. I think obviously if you start off with the banking union, you only regulate the top 25 with a 7 single systemic. Although all the crises have actually been the non-systemic banks, basically the real problem. That is an important start, but it's only a start. I think it is actually quite important that the Commission wins this battle against Germany. You've got that. You've got far too many banks in Europe to have genuine cross-border banks. The second point I'd say is that capital, the debt versus equity is the other part of this thing. I think the problem with what this crisis has revealed is actually a crisis of equity finance. I mean, if you'd invested in shares 10 years ago, then you wouldn't have made anything. I mean, the underperformance of returns in equity is actually, I think, the surest measure of when people talk of a crisis of capitalism. That's the surest measure, because the equity is the quintessential capitalist instrument. And what we've had is a system in which reliance on debt in various forms has gone up far too much. And the return and the shift into more equity finance is a top priority for Europe. I mean, people said yesterday that one of the things that made America somewhat more performing than Europe is that you can have venture capital and all that. That's true, but we need to think of measures. I mean, maybe the taxation on returns on equity, on dividends and things, needs to be dramatically reduced.
and the taxation on returns on debt or mortgage lending, the lower risk activities needs to be increased. You've got to have a shift. We've got to support equity finance. And the final point I make is that this general debate we've had about the inflation is really on price. To me, that I'm self-invest very much on the sort of Bundesbank right in this respect, is that what is the point about monetary union? The point is that you are saying it is idiotic having to go through an exchange rate in order to have trade. It is a barrier to trade. Currency movements are a barrier to trade. You cannot have a single market without a single currency fundamentally. That's the truth. And equally, inflation, fiddling around with the price level, is also a barrier to trade. Because what you want is certainty. And what the monetary union is an anti-market mechanism. It is about creating a stable platform in which you can see transparently what the real price is. What we're talking about here is the values that lie behind this. Because as soon as you start entering into general discussion, the idea that, well, there's no difference between 2% and 4% inflation. That's true. There's no difference between 4% and 6%. There's no difference between 6% and 8% inflation. The problem is that what lies behind this is that you are beginning to create an atmosphere which lets the process slide. And that is what I think quite rightly, Germans in particular, instinctively are worried about. Because, of course, the numbers are absolutely right. And it is clear price stability means roughly 2% inflation, 3% inflation. But that's why it's much more useful talking about the values that you have is broadly speaking. You are trying to say that inflation should not be really a story. You want broad price stability. You don't want to have to trade through a currency barrier. You want to try and create a level particular statistic. It's about a general attitude.
Can I add something to this?
Yes, you can. But yeah, would you prefer to collect also Minus's question?
Just to clarify this, I guess I'm just clarifying. I agree with Google. I guess the point is, an inflation of 6% can yield stability if it's a stable inflation. So we expect it. It's not a problem. 10% is not a problem, because if everybody knows that what's going to happen and it happens, it's not a problem, right? I think that's your point.
But that would be true of 30%.
If people really expect it, then it happens.
That would frustrate all kinds of expectations, surprise stability in the market, if you cut 30%. On the other hand, is the difference between 2 and 4% that much so that we destroy expectations? Because here we do not talk just about rational agents. Expectations are very important, as is psychology. If you cut 30%, people will withdraw their deposits from the banks.
I'll give you just more technical explanation. The volatility of inflation is correlated with the level of inflation. The volatility of inflation is what it generates uncertainty, and so the higher the inflation level, the higher is the volatility, and the higher is the uncertainty. Therefore, a very high level of inflation leads to uncertainty. But again, the bottom line, when you have small changes, it doesn't. And this thing, this idea of the slippery slope, I grew up all my life saying, if you smoke a cigarette and you smoke a joint, and then 10 minutes after you're in the ditch shooting heroin or whatever. I mean, I think it's, I'm not saying with a 2, 4, and then 6 and 8. But...
Okay, Emilia, do you have another question? Yes.
To the trade deficit.
Okay, and the trade deficit that you show us here is widening for the countries of the south, and the surpluses for Germany are shooting up after 2000, correct? Correct. So here we have a monetary union whose members have their independent treasuries. These are sovereign countries, and you have no fiscal transfers to pick up the slack. So you think that this does not show a major crisis of competitiveness in the intra-monetary union market? Don't you think that in the absence of a correction, and here you have only internal, you don't have an external exchange rate, so that would be value, and correct the problems of competitiveness that your graph shows, Do you really think that this graph does not show a serious intra-EU competitiveness crisis?
Let me show you my very sophisticated model here. Does this show you what you're talking about? So here,
I think what you confused here is at some point you have a banking crisis. You have a major shock in the system. I agree with you that the big problem is, as I said yesterday, is around all the banks. The big problem here is the banking crisis. But if you take the banking crisis out, if you take the disruption of capital flows from the north to the south, post-2008, would you ever have a crisis in the monetary union because the competitiveness gap is widening?
No.
No.
So I'm trying to say...
Even though these countries have their own treasuries, independent treasuries, and there are no fiscal transfers.
Okay, is it the great finance minister or is it a perfect...
Any finance minister who's taking certain initiative.
Who's taking?
Takings. The inland revenue takings, starting initiative.
Okay, let me just explain what I'm doing here. It's of course very stylized and I'm sorry.
I got that.
What I'm trying to show is that even if people behave completely irrationally, actually the point of the EMU would be that we see something like that. That was the point of the monetary union. We should expect this, that's what we wanted.
This monetary union doesn't have a single treasury. It has 17 different treasuries.
I get that point. So if it's a political economy argument that the finance ministers will always do something crazy, it's hard to answer. But even if you made me a dictator and did everything right, this would happen. So, not the crisis, I'm saying something like that would happen. Okay? It would look similar. I'm just trying to separate things and not, we shouldn't always say trade deficits are bad, debt is bad, movement of capital is bad. It's actually the point of the union. Okay, if the finance ministers made mistakes, I think they did. That's a separate story. I'm just trying to separate the stories.
Yes, any more? Okay.
Very small.
Yes.
I don't know why you, John, would think it's irrational from a strictly economic perspective to invest on Spanish real estate from the 90s or early 2000s when you get a revenue of about at least 50% a year. You could double the price of your investment in 4 years at the most. And everyone did it. And so there was an incentive on part of political agents, or regional political agents, to foster that because of the enormous amount of taxation, of money that we got through it. So of course it was irrational from a wider perspective. Because in the end it's going to drop. The bubble is going to blow. But it's capitalism, it's risk. You take the risk and then, as we say, the last one that buys it out and the bubble explodes are the ones to be blamed, but not the ones that have been speculating throughout, maybe 15 to 20 years, because it has lasted for about 15 to 20 years. And so there are lots of people who got out an enormous amount of money, investing in real estate in Spain. So I think this is, afterwards, ex post, then you see this was absolutely rational. Yeah, but capitalism is based on that. So, and I think that's a problem that we have. You know that we lived in a financial economy, and living in a financial economy means that you have those results. So I think the problem is not just a problem of the euro area. I think it's a problem of the overall financial system. That has this deep, that's based on the need of making money at whatever costs. And the problem, I don't think it's simply how we regulate the euro area. I think the main problem is how the hell we can regulate financial systems. And remember what Sarkozy said, in 2008 when the Lehman Brothers broke down. He said, we have to rethink capitalism, from bottom up. And nothing has been done. The G20 was supposed to be somehow transforming the logics of capitalism. nothing has been done. Why? For just for one reason, because emerging economies were vetoing it. So I mean, they weren't interested in changing the rules, because the rules as they were in their favor. So I mean, I think this is the background problem that we have somehow, and then that no matter what we do, when we still have to deal with the so-called markets with their own logic, then in the end they trap you, and that's and I think we can't get away with that.
I'm afraid I will need to continue to keep moving on to the next presentation, because it's almost 11 o'clock. But we can continue the discussion. We're more or less the same topic anyway. We continue the discussion after George's presentation. George, let's go to you.
Thank you. I'm not an academic and I'm not an economist, and I've been enjoying the discussions the last 2 days a lot. But I, in my everyday work, worry about very different things. And I'm not alone in worrying that Greece and Italy, which were by and large functioning democracies, had their prime minister substituted through telephone calls from Brussels and Berlin. That supposedly nicely functioning democracies such as Austria or the Netherlands or Finland have their policies conditioned by toxic xenophobic populist parties. That worry about the fact that the trust in all sorts of democratic institutions is an all-time low in each and every single European country, and things like that. And this is where I will start from. The title of this session is the Europeanised global crisis or a globalized European crisis. Is there an Ithaca for EU's Odyssey? I will address the title, but let me first of all say that it was said yesterday, and I firmly believe that we are not experiencing the political effects of an economic crisis, but that we are tackling with an economic crisis which is basically the result of failures of democratic governance. There was nothing inevitable in the 2008 crisis, financial crisis, and then in the 2010 debt crisis. And most of it comes from political decisions. I think one idea which is one problem which is at the root is growing inequality, which is not an accident, which is the result of deliberate decisions, basically in the US in the 1980s, but also in other places. And I think this growing inequality has become a threat to democracy. There is excessive concentration of economic power in very few hands, and this great concentration is making it very difficult for political power to reign over this economic power. It's not, maybe it's an easy thing to do, but I took the list of the 27 members of the European Union, and I saw which ones were at the top of the list for their inequality, so Gini coefficient, inequality indicators. The 11 top ones are exactly the list of all the countries that had very serious financial trouble in the last 3 years, with 2 exceptions, Poland and the United Kingdom. You have the 3 Baltic states, and then you have all the gypsy, jeeps, pigs, or whatever you want to call them. All of them are in this list. Perhaps it's a coincidence, but that is certainly what I found. And there is certainly a very strong feeling amongst many citizens that the triangle between citizens, government, and corporate world has become unbalanced. That corporate world and politics are too close and too far away from citizens. This may sound as a populist argument. I think that some people will see is something like a Russification of European politics or Latin Americanization of American politics, where money is in fewer and fewer hands. Money is used to get power. I think it is a serious malfunction of American democracies that in Congress races, in 94% of the cases, the one that spends most money is the one that wins. I think this is a problem. And then money is used to get power, and then power is used to get money. Now, not necessarily for personal profit, like it happens in Russia and Latin America, but sometimes it's used to get money or to get advantages that then result in money for your big donors, for your supporters in the United States, or to sustain party finances in many places in Europe, for example. And I think there's at the root of this all is there's a triple failure. One is the failure of parties, of parliaments, of trade unions, of the institutions that are at the heart of democratic politics, to represent the interest of the people that votes for them or supports them. And as a result, I think it's problematic that the most appreciated institutions in Europe are non-elected. Not necessarily undemocratic, but non-elected. So the Constitutional Court in Germany, the television in Bulgaria, the police in Sweden, the armed forces in Spain, the Crown, the church. These are the kind of institutions that come at the top of people's trust. And at the bottom, invariably, is political parties, closely followed by parliaments. So that's one failure. The second failure is the failure of independent bodies. The bodies that economists tend to like, those that are supposed to be the ones that will get things right because they are not subject to political pressures. And I think those have failed almost as abysmally as the others. I think market supervisors of all sorts, central banks in the supervising function. In some places, the justice system failed to control the economy, to avoid bubbles, major disasters, to stop the excesses of public spending and all other, which is supposed to be the reason for their independence, the reason why they should be so prestigious, and the reason why we all like to have some independent bodies in democracies. And I think there's a third failure. There's a failure of civil society to react, to hold politicians and independent bodies accountable for what they were doing and what they are doing. And as a result, civil society has become marginalized in the political process in many countries. So now let me get to the title of this session. Is it the Europeanized global crisis or globalized European crisis? Well, I do believe that the epicenter of this crisis is at the country that has been at the epicenter of world economics for a long time, which is the United States of America, the Reagan Revolution, and a number of issues that derive from it, and then the repeal of the Glass-Steagall Act and things that came much later. So it's not all about Reagan, and I don't want to simplify at all. I also think that this crisis is not comparable to other waves of crisis in other regions, but that we should not forget that there have been waves of crisis in other regions, and we should learn some things about what happened in Latin America in the 80s and then again in the 90s, or what happened in Asia, or to some large economies that are our neighbors like Russia or Turkey. I'm not trying to undermine the purely economic reasons. The huge trade imbalances in the global system and all this. I'm not trying to say these are not important, but I think in my presentation I want to focus on these other ones, right? Without trying to undermine the importance of the rest. I also want to stress that we are suffering this massive crisis in Europe, despite the fact that our economic fundamentals as a whole, I think, fare pretty well compared to absolutely each other major economic power in the world, including the United States. And I also want to say that it is not cultural endemic and sort of historical curse causes that bring the problems to places like Spain, Italy, or Greece, but it's not pure coincidence either. Quite honestly, Hungary, Latvia, so if you take the list of the countries that have been hit, as it were, in order of appearance, Hungary, as it has now become evident, had a very serious problem in its democracy in the way it worked. Latvia, which was another country that had to go to the IMF, had a massive problem. It was basically ruled by 4 oligarchs, and last summer they got rid of them, thank God, and now Latvia is doing much better. Iceland was very similar to Ireland in a way. There was this very strong connection in the case of Iceland. It was the Independence Party with the new bankers and these people who were hugely benefiting from actually free movement of capital in the Eurozone and the European economic space. Serbia, Greece, Ireland, Portugal, Italy, Spain, Belgium. Belgium was lucky, but Belgium also had these governance problems, and they are actually very seriously addressing them because they have. So all of these are problems, are countries with very serious governance problems and very serious democracy governance. So it's both. It's a global crisis that has become Europeanized, but there are also purely European and purely country-specific roots to it. How does it matter for the global sense? Of course, it matters because Europe is so big in terms of trade, in terms of finance. So anything which is bad for Europe, in the end, is a concern for everyone, as it has been now seen these days. I had a think tank in Barcelona, and I became quite worried in January, where we welcomed the third Chinese delegation in 2 months who came to Europe to study the Euro crisis. And that's, I've been doing this kind of research in places like Kosovo and Macedonia, and I did not like being at the receiving end of those delegations asking, what are you going to do about this crisis, right? So let me go to my next point. I believe the importance of how we solve not just this economic crisis, but this more general governance crisis in Europe maybe not crisis, but this deeper governance problems in Europe. I think this has relevance not just because of our size, but mostly because Europe is in a way a global laboratory. We are facing a number of challenges that seem characteristic of Europe, but will actually become crucial to many other actors very soon. Let me just name them and not go very deep into them. Aging population, unnecessary but unwelcome migration. Now, this we are facing now, and Japan in this sense is very much like Europe. They're as advanced as we are in this. But this is very soon going to be a problem in many other places. Even in China, aging population, for example, will be a huge thing in China, and in not many years. Sustainable energy, lower carbon footprint, an economy which is poor in resources and using many more resources than we can produce. This is something that many other countries are and will face. Also, the problem of transnational governance, of democracy without the unified demos, the problem of welfare without growth, can we sustain that and how? And the idea that you cannot just grow and grow if this involves the use of finite resources indefinitely. The problem of accountability without sovereignty, which is a problem that many countries have faced before, but unlike us, they did not have the instruments to deal with. So many Latin American countries, for example, had the IMF dictate their economic policy for good reasons, but they could never do anything about it. Now, Ireland or Greece or Portugal can do something about the European Commission dictating the economic policy, at least in the long run. At least there are some possibilities of holding the European Commission accountable at some point if it's a disaster, or the European institutions, which the Argentinian population never had the luxury to hold anyone accountable for what happened to their economy once they followed this international diktat. We also have the challenge of multi-level, multi-arena, multilingual politics, how to deal with that, and the way in which we are able to do that. It's also important for the rest of the world. And of course, we addressed the challenge of remaining competitive and fair societies, set a certain level of fairness, of social justice, which we pride on having, and still remain competitive. The way in which we as Europe address or fail to address all of these challenges will certainly influence global solutions to these challenges, to these problems, which are not necessarily European. Both because it's of our weight, but also because we've gone farther after these roads than most other areas of the world have considered. So finally, the grand title of this session is an Ithaca for EU's Odyssey. If you are with me that this is not just about finance and debt, but it's also about governance and democracy, I have good news for you. We have together probably with a few other countries like the United States and Australia and Canada, the strongest, most vibrant civil societies anywhere in the world. If there are any societies in the world that are able to rise to the challenge of changing this tendency of excessive concentration and excessive proximity between economic and political power, these are European societies. And I think that's something that we should not never forget. We have at least 3 massive advantages over Latin America or Asia where they face their big waves of crisis. The first one is that we have common institutions, instruments, policies, and something we have political union, so we can do it together. Unlike the Latin Americans that had to do it each on their own and without any coordination. The only coordination coming from Washington in the case of the IMF or from abroad in any case. And the second one is that we hold a disproportionate amount of the global institutions and thus a lot of influence and regaining power. So we can influence them in helping us out and not us out of this problem. And thirdly, we have still fairly cohesive, legitimate, responsible national government that, you know, at least can be much more influenced by citizens, by civil society than most in the world. So yes, there is an Ithaca, and I think the Ithaca, so the final global objective of the European Union, as it were, is to contribute to the governance of global commons and challenges. That's why we cannot have a European solution to the European crisis inward-looking and short-term. We need to think of what we do also in global terms. What we do has to be exportable. It has to be compatible with more effective global governance. We cannot have a beggar thy neighbor policy from the Eurozone to others. We can, for example, not run massive trade deficits that then move the problem to Turkey or to Russia or to whoever it is. If Ulysses, Odysseus is the EU, then Penelope is probably the United Nations, doing and undoing the tapestry of global governance every night. It's time for Europe then to conquer the stormy waters, to reach Ithaca, to take its righteous place, which is no longer the lord of the whole island. And that's very important. This Ithaca that we are now arriving to will not be the ones governing it, but we will be an indispensable place, and we must be. Because as a Brazilian academic once put it very nicely, if you're not at the table, you're on the menu. You're not deciding, they will decide for you. Secondly, Europe is, as I said, a laboratory. We're more advanced down some roads which are important for everyone. And third one, Europe is obviously a building of this global governance. So we should not try to slay all of Penelope's pretenders. We should have to live in some sort of polygamous partnership with them. And we should hurry up, because the real challenge, the one that we're facing globally, which is making it possible for 10 to 12 million people to live sustainably in dignity in a finite, overexploited planet, is certainly not waiting for us to reach Ithaca or to make our mind of where we want to go. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Georgie. I like very much the Ithaca analogy, although unfortunately, unlike Avafi's poem, the trip is not the most pleasant part of it. Questions?
Very briefly, Georgie, thank you thank you a lot for a wonderful presentation, and I think it's a good lead to the next session to bring the economics, the political, and the governance. What I would like to remind everyone participating in this is that if you could check, of course, our websites and in our mission statements, the point or one of the premises of the Greek Public Policy Forum is that the ongoing crisis has various layers, various facets. The economic is the most prominent one because it's the one that's, if you want, triggered the crisis and the minds of the people to realize that there is a crisis. But as Georgie said, we also agree that fundamentally this is a crisis of political dimension that is linked with the quality of governance and democracy in our societies, in Europe and beyond. And on that note, I would like to ask Jordi to tell us about a little bit more about the project that you're involved in with the think tank in Barcelona. And perhaps during this meeting or later on, we could look at as to how we could join forces in bringing that, in bringing about that change that you are striving for. Thank you.
Okay, now Gustavo. And would you like to collect or would you like to? I mean,
I'm happy to collect. We went forward on that final discussion.
Right, so Gustavo, please. Yeah.
Thank you. I like the structure of this forum where we're going from small to large to end with, and I like the presentation. I don't know how to say this, but when you were speaking, I was starting to think of, in this wonderful project, what kind of assets we are not exploiting enough for the next 100 or 200 years, and what are we risking of losing. And to start from the less important to the more important thing. I don't know if you noticed, Iris, but I'm pretty shocked at one big problem with this forum. That's right. There's not one woman. And the Greeks, that's right, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Yes, there's a wonderful woman, but I know she feels the same. Greece, Italy, Spain, Portugal, they all share something else besides deficits and debts. They share a lack of opportunities, of equal opportunities. And I wonder how to, much faster than, obviously culture will solve the problem. Obviously in 50 years, women are going to be just like they are now in the US. This is exactly our problem. We want those 50 years to become 1 year, 2 years. And so, obviously, quotas are one possibility. Norway has gone through that way. Quotas bring me in mind another issue where we are lagging behind South America, US, and China now, which is my bread and butter because I work on these things, which is small and medium firms. There's much more active policies for small entrepreneurs in all these countries than in Europe, where, for example, public procurement, small and medium firms in all these countries are protected in the name of competition, not in the name of protectionism, and they are not. Okay, so this is the second big constituency that I think we should activate. But the third one that really scares me, that has never been mentioned but for some statistics, but it's the young people. You talked about the old people, right? So they're critical in being the supporters of these much bigger old people. The young people do not participate. If they don't have a clue about Europe. I mean, when I teach to them, I start my teaching by showing them picture of people that are of obvious reference to me. They don't even know who Mitterrand and Kohl is. Forget about Monet and Schumann. They don't have a clue of why we're doing this project. Furthermore, they resent this project. They resent it because they're living it in the moment in which all the doors are closing in front of them. They're lazy and they don't do too much politics. At least in Italy, basically, they stay at home. Many of them stay at home. And so these are the three big constituencies. I think we should really rapidly make a huge effort to listen and to include. And I wonder if you had an opinion on this.
Vasily?
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Jordi, for giving us the big picture here. And I would like to combine what we discussed yesterday with your talk today. And I'm afraid I'm missing two big things in this big picture you're giving. So, what we've said since yesterday is that this is a multifaceted, multidimensional crisis, political, economic, etc., in nature, the role of banks, as Emilio explained, a number of other people presenting. This crisis, we concluded that it is affecting the national level and the European level. And we said that after all, the Eurozone is a political project, so we'll have to maintain it. And bottom line, the North has to pay. in a sense, this is inevitable. This is why this is how it has been designed. Okay. And of course, it's easy for us, Southern Europeans, saying to German taxpayer, okay, let's forget it. Yes, okay, but now you have to pay, and this is a health sign of care. In the same time, John explained to us that this is an opportunity for Europe. Okay, this will bring a deeper integration. This will bring more Europe. And then we have the question of democracy. But I think I'm missing something very important here. First of all, we all take Europe as something which is given, which is there, which is solid. But on the other hand, we know that, and we have examples, the referenda in Europe. Okay? So is this a unidirectional process? Is it for sure that we will go for deeper integration? It's like a pendulum. On the one extreme, you have the nation state, and it started moving, both at the European and the global level. And the process was less nation state, more Europeanization, more globalization. And then all of a sudden we have the crisis, and we have been discussing the rules of the crisis. And then we say, yes, we need to make a step further. The answer is deeper integration. There are winners and losers. Okay, we are the lucky ones, we are the winners, you are the, I'm sorry, you will have to pay. That's life. But my question is, how can we do that in a democratic way? Democracy, when we go to vote, we have interest. We're not all benevolent, voters. And this crisis is transforming Europe. We have disintegration. We have competitive democracies. Greeks feel that they are said what they have to do by Germans, and Germans feel that they have to make decisions that they don't really want to make in favor of Greeks. So my question is, and this is the first question, okay, deeper integration, very well. How will we do that, and in a democratic way? Because if the problem, if one of the reasons for that crisis was democratic deficit in Europe, then I guess the answer is more democracy. But I don't see this being able with more democracy. I don't see more Europe coming with more democracy. And the second point, again, from the big picture, we only mentioned China today. At the European level, of course, at the global level, we don't have a monetary union, etc., but we're talking about finance. And this is also a financial crisis. So yes, in Europe, one or the other way, we might find a remedy. We might find a solution. What about the global level? Is Europe able to compete with China? And talking again about institutions, I think that the United Nations has nothing to do with that. It's absolutely useless. And I'm telling that as an international lawyer. We have created intergovernmental international organizations for a number of issues, IMF, World Bank, etc., but we have nothing with regard to the regulation of bank regulation. You have a bunch of bankers which are meeting and they're making payments 1, 2, 3, and go on. So where are the governments? That's my question. Thank you very much.
Okay, no, yeah, so...
Thank you. If I had continued on for another 10 or 15 minutes yesterday, I would actually have come to the crisis in more detail that you have described actually within Ireland, crisis of governance, I think, and crisis of equality. I think the crisis of governance has been referred to by Emilio's yesterday, very close interests with between the links between governments and banks. It's a bit more complicated than that, but that's certainly part of the problem. But also a crisis of equality, and economic and monetary union is good, I think, for many of the reasons that John went through earlier on, but it has some downsides as well, which are very visible in Ireland at the moment. One of them that particularly struck me was that previously, when we had fluctuating currencies, it was a currency devaluation, an external devaluation, if you like, and that the pain of that was shared equally across society. What we have now is a process of internal devaluation, and that's susceptible to political influence, which means that the wealthier in society effectively are unionizing themselves. So if you look at how this internal devaluation has been carried out in Ireland, the vast burden of what's going on consists of expenditure cuts and taxation increases, which would hurt the wealthier in society. I have only formed a small fraction of it. So we have something of a crisis of equality in Ireland as well, which
to answer now some of the questions, or yes, because maybe you cannot do it.
Yeah. Let me give Alice's question for the end. I think that it's true that we are not only some of the most unequal in terms of economic income, but also in terms of gender. And also some of the countries which offer least opportunity to young people. So again, this is no coincidence that we are the one harvesting. Now, having said that, there's also differences. And if there is one thing that I think Spain did right in the last 15 years, it's equalizing opportunity and making it much easier for very different people to live in Spain. It is much better to be a woman, to be handicapped, to be black, to be Muslim, or to be gay in Spain now than it was 15 years ago. And this is, I think, a lasting legacy that we tend to forget. And I think it is also partly why the Spanish leadership is less sclerotic than in most of Southern Europe. It is because by bringing women in, they brought new blood in. Out of the 12 largest Spanish cities, 8 have had a woman as a mayor in the last 15 years. We've had 7 years of parity government. We have strong political women everywhere except in nationalist parties. Nationalists, I mean, means Catalan and Basque parties, which have not done it. But then elsewhere, you have strong women politicians, and I think that's partly also why Spain is doing better government than our direct neighbor, which is easiest to compare ourselves to Portugal. But they also make their progress. So I agree with this. On the young ones, that's a bit different. I think there is a combination of a real problem, which is that the electorate is mainly grey-haired, and therefore they fight for their interests, and therefore they sort of push the problems on the next generations. That's part of the problem. I think part of the problem is that we have created a language and a discourse that makes the young people victims, and they are starting to buy into it. And quite honestly, in Spain, which is supposed to be the worst place for the young people, and all these, and it has 52% unemployment in 18 to 24, young people, and all this, quite frankly, that's not the case. That people now have less opportunity than they had in 1990, let alone in the 80s, objectively. There are opportunities for education, for going abroad much easily, for doing a lot of other things are much better. And their opportunities for employment are bad, but they are not a lot worse than they were, for example, in 1992, 1994. And we have created a language which I think is actually against empowerment of these people, because we have made them victims, and they're starting to believe it to an extent that I find worrying. So I think we should worry, for example, in Spain, I think we should worry less about 18 to 24 years old, and we should worry a lot more about 45 to 55-year-olds, which will never become employable again. That's my personal opinion. And I am in quite direct touch with youth organizations, and I know that, I think the discourse that we're doing is not very useful in this respect. And I don't want to minimize the problem of the grey-haired generations passing on the problems to the young ones. Vasilis, I don't know if you realize that of the two things that you said are quite contradictory. So it is difficult to have more European governance without more democracy, which I agree to. But if you want to do what needs to be done, how do you get people to agree? And then you say, and at the global level, we need governance on the government. So if there's no European demos, is there a global demos? A lot less. So what legitimacy would, no, this is really important. What legitimacy would a stronger global governance have? What legitimacy does IMF have? The more you pay, the more you vote. Let's be very careful about building global governance too quick when we already are learning about the mistakes about building European governance too quick without enough accountability, transparency mechanism. And we have a European Parliament, and we have judicial supervision of the European institutions. We have a European Commission, which after all is somewhat accountable. Nothing like the UN or the IMF or the World Trade Organization or anyone else. And so I wish for global governance, but I also there is a bit of contradiction if you ask something from the European institutions that you're not going to ask from the global ones. Again, I think we completely agree on the distribution of costs, and this issue is partly what makes people better or worse disposed for accepting the costs of adjustment. If people perceive that the costs of adjustment are unfairly distributed, I believe that that's part of the problem, certainly in Spain, that people feel that they are not so unhappy about the costs themselves as about the distribution of the costs. And finally, this is a much more political point. My sense is that there is a way of reconnecting people to the European project. And for example, I think that the fiscal compact is not too much but too little. If instead of just having an objective in terms of debt and deficit, you add two more objectives, say one on unemployment and one on inequality, I would be the #1 supporter of this. And so if you say, we believe that societies that have more than 15% unemployment should not be focusing on their deficit, focusing on their unemployment. And we believe that societies that are diverging very quickly should not be focusing in either of them, but in inequality, for example. So if you broaden rather than narrow the scope, I think that would reconnect many people to the European project. I'm saying it simplifying, but I think the European dream cannot be any more that Germany and France are not going to war with each other. Sorry, I'm not that young, but I'm not very excited by this either, right? I don't see how anyone who is, who's not lived through post-war can really think that this is a rationale that can sustain such a big project as the EU. What it should be, I think that there is something in almost all countries of Europe which the world sees in us and we see in ourselves, which is that we try to remain competitive, but we try to remain fair. And we think that excessive inequality is a pathology in our systems. And I think that is something where we will start building our European Union.
Fantastic. No, I saw some hands on that side of the table at some point. If you want to say something. Just let me collect the question. So the last round of questions, because we don't have a lot of time. I know Martin wants to make a very brief comment, and Milos, any other people on that side? No. And I know Stephen wants, and then Vasil will get the opportunity to briefly respond. Okay. So start with Milos.
Thank you for a very stimulating presentation. However, to be honest with you, I'm even more troubled now. I mean, we both agree that there are serious institutional failures at the central level, because a monetary union was built without the right institutions. And then you have governance representation failures at the central level, and then serious governance problems in most of the South, with the exception of Spain. And now you have an exception. Probably an exception. We also have very not the regions, but the central government in Spain, and most of the public sector is not as corrupt as the public sector is in Italy or Greece. Or that's what the indicators for quality of the institutions say. But I'm troubled as to how we can now implement difficult reforms with a polity that becomes poorer and poorer and more marginalized. How are you going to address this balance of power that has been struck in favor of interest groups in order not only to make Europe more democratic, but also more efficient, more effective? Corruption is waste in economic terms. Any institutional economist in this room will tell you that corruption will definitely lead to fiscal deficit sooner or later. How are you going to do that in the middle of the biggest crisis of a generation, that it's also a crisis of representation?
Okay, perhaps before I make a statement, I should talk to Vasilis. You were looking at me about the German taxpayer. I'm a British taxpayer, at least. We think we're not going to pay.
Me too, so that's the same boat.
I think your contribution is very important because I think it's hitting at a very, very, very important issue, and that is at one day when this financial crisis is settled and we have addressed all the problems, then we actually have a huge list of other problems that we have to deal with. Perhaps I would add climate change and all the environmental problems to it as well. That are perhaps much bigger than this financial crisis, and that also to a certain extent the financial crisis and our preoccupation with it is kind of deviating our attention to some of these problems. For example, I think that somebody like the current Prime Minister of Hungary would never have gotten away with the kind of policy that he is doing in his country has been doing for the last few years, if we were not so preoccupied with these problems. Yeah, and I think about the kind of problems that Austria faced when, for the first time, the FPÖ was included in the government. You know, Orban would really have trouble. Same perhaps the Romanian Prime Minister at the moment. So I'm sometimes a bit concerned that this is kind of covering all these perhaps more important problems. But then that's a negative note, and a positive note could be that perhaps the financial crisis helps us to a large extent. It's like a flashlight on problems that were perhaps we didn't really address sufficiently. So now everybody's looking at structural problems, lack of innovation, corruption, problems of governance, and possibly we are now going to solve them because of the financial crisis, and we would have just dragged on with them for the next 10, 20 years. And perhaps I'm a bit too optimistic here, but if we actually tackle many of these problems, then perhaps the financial crisis could end up being given a blessing in disguise.
Mr. Stevens? I just wanted to pick up what Gavin was saying about how the monetary union has in some ways made more of a problem. And what I was trying to say yesterday, in what I thought were the narratives that you needed to set up to create a European ethos. I mean, one of the ones was harnessing anger about some of the people who have been responsible for this crisis, or being perceived to be responsible for the crisis, for the European courts. I mean, a good example of this is going after tax evasion. I mean, the fact is that Switzerland is now beginning to cave in because of coordinated European pressure. And the fact that Germany, France, Austria, and Italy working together can shut down Switzerland effectively is ultimately the point. And that getting the funds that are there that have been avoiding tax and getting them coughed up is a very important thing. That should be made a European project. Closing down, I mean, I come from a country where the principal donor to the Conservative Party is unfortunately a hedge fund manager who is saying that he wants a tax regime that means that he doesn't have to go to the Cayman Islands. I mean, this dream on the right, on the anti-European element of Britain, that we should be a greater Guernsey, is terrifying to me, but it's also fantastically unpopular. And there is a way in which we've got to harness for the European cause the sort of concerns that people have about inequality. You're absolutely right. And prove that only by operating in a European level can we have a hope of improving inequality. If everybody is competing against each other, trying to have a race to the bottom, you're never going to tackle. That's where all these problems arise from, this imbalance between market power and political power. And that is a very simple message that I actually think, I'm less depressed than you seem to think about the attitudes of younger people. I think that actually, despite a deep hatred of the political class, which is perhaps wholly justified, the perceptions of the idea that you could stop the free movement of people around Europe, but younger people, is unthinkable, completely unthinkable. And yet that is exactly what would happen if the euro failed and the European Union went into reverse. That is exactly what would happen.
I'm not really getting here for more globalization, for more global governance. All I'm saying is that let's open our eyes. Global governance is there. The problem is that it's in the hands of bankers. And all I'm saying is that we need to bring governance in, okay, and look beyond Europe. And the second point is that, again, what I'm saying is this crisis is leading to disintegration in Europe, and it is fragmented in Europe, and it is threatening an already fragile democracy in Europe. So there is an oxymoron. This crisis is the outcome of democratic deficit, and in order to overcome the crisis, we need more democracy. I don't see how this can happen.
Well, there's only two points about the video. One is very, very short. Be careful with buying some of the narratives that arrive from very far. The central government in Spain is culprit is to be blamed for 80% of the debt, and the regions for less than 20% of the debt, even though the regions spend more than 50% of the public spending. So be careful with which narratives you hear about how bad the governed the regions are. Not necessarily. Second thing is how do you tackle very well entrenched interest, very powerful, that for example, that embattled mainstream parties need more than ever to win elections. Right? For example, in Spain, we know that they need more than ever the support of the big corporations because they are more unpopular than they've ever been before. Okay. Well, sometimes you really need very decisive action from the civil society. I go back to Latvia. In Latvia, I don't think that the Latvian management of the crisis can be replicated in much larger economies which are not super exporters and in a much more difficult economic context than the Latvian faced in 2009. But what I do think is exemplary of Latvia is that in 2011, summer, autumn 2011, there was something called the Umbrella Revolution, where people went out in the streets. They forced two elections in which 90% of the parliament was renovated, so almost everyone was kicked out and new people entered. The three of the four oligarchs that had dominated the system were completely kicked out, and the system was renovated through popular action. And I think sometimes that's what it takes. And this leads me to what Aris mentioned. I'm working together with other people in trying to see where this kind of energy will come from in Southern Europe, which are the parts of society that will have this regenerating potential. Because I think that's what it is, the regeneration and recovery of democracy, and that's how we tackle interest. I mean, interest will not just say, oh yes, sorry, we're making too much money, this is ridiculous, and we're going to now share the burden with everyone else. They won't, right? Martin, I completely agree with climate change. So that was my final mention. That's the story. But we need to be able to work on sugar. So we need to tackle the euro crisis and do other things on the side. And it looks impossible, but we must. Now the good news is that not everyone in the EU is in the euro, and therefore they can deal with other things. And I think, for example, Sweden and Poland are thinking very seriously about European foreign policy. That's a good thing. I wish the United Kingdom also joined them in thinking about other things that are not the euro crisis, because that would be good for Europe. And there's countries which are not suffering the crisis very much, and these countries should be the ones that should have some spare intellectual capacity to devote to other things. The Germans should be thinking about more things than finance, because they can, and so should the Dutch, for example, which has always been a nation that has many and very diverse interests in the world. So we must. I mean, I know it's very difficult, but we must do other things and that cannot wait. We must keep doing them on the side. The Scandinavians have always been good at that they should be there. And that's the joy of the EU, that we have there different people who can take on different functions. John, I mean, I couldn't agree more with all you said, and the idea of using anger into something constructive, this is exactly what I was just mentioning about Southern Europe. I think there is too much anger going to waste into burning containers, or staying at home, or becoming cynical, or voting for ridiculous people. And I think that should be channeled into more productive manners. And I think this is something politically we really think about this very seriously. And the citizens, we are not living an age of disintegration. I think it's, as they say in American elections, a toss-up. We're at the same time having stronger centrifugal and stronger centripetal forces than we've had for a long time. We've never followed Greek, Dutch, and French elections the way we followed them last time. And that, in a way, means that we are much more interrelated than we've ever been before. I think we will very soon see the emergence. Not only because it matters to our policy, to our politics, it matters to their politics, to their economy, but also because we need it together. And I think we are more aware that we need together than we've been for a long time. I think, for example, some publish may keep themselves that they are not. The Greeks, for example, may keep themselves for a while, they may delude themselves that they're not in it together. But basically, I think we are, and we're more and more aware than we were before. The German big foundations, the German public, are talking about Europe more than they have for a long time, and I think that's a good thing. And I think, for example, I have the vision of a Europe where pan-European debates will be something similar to the US, where you have some debates which are about the federal institutions, right? And those are conducted nationally, so in this case it will be pan-European, and some which actually happen at the state level, but the debate is national. Take, for example, gay marriage or death penalty. Those are decided at the state level. But the issue is pan-American. It's all of America discusses it. And I think that we will start seeing more and more of these too. So more and more of issues which are decided at the national level, which are not going to be sent to process to decide, and yet the debate will be pan-European. We will be talking about these things even though the final decisions will be taken in Bratislava, in Dublin, or in Stockholm, and not in Brussels.
Thank you all very much. We will have a very short break for at least 10 minutes, and we will come back for the later.
So I will try very briefly to give a few points about the way we handle this crisis in Greece. You know, I like the dictum that if you're not on the table, you're on the menu, and many Greeks believe that we are on the menu, and they still haven't had enough of us yet. And I want to raise a few points that may explain why, how we handle the crisis, and why maybe we mishandled some of the issues that came up. So I'll just make a few points, very brief. I don't want to take your time. And the first thing I would like to say is that when the crisis came, we were really very unprepared. We all knew that the economy was on the wrong track and we would have to take measures, but nobody expected that we would be going for a default so soon. And this had consequences that the government, the new government that took office in 2009, delayed very much to take action. It was a clear case of too little, too late, and we still don't know what would have happened if they had taken decisive action as soon as it took office. Would Greece have been able to escape the debt crisis? I don't know. Would the euro, would Europe have escaped the debt crisis if Greece hasn't triggered this crisis? This is something that we really don't know. But what is basically true is that even in December 2009, the government was discussing the measures that need to be taken. There were real disagreements about the need of austerity. Being unprepared, the government then was overwhelmed by the way it had to handle the crisis. If you read the memorandum between the Troika and the Greek government, there are literally hundreds of specific policy actions that need to be taken care of. And I think that for public administration and for the ministers themselves, this was a very, very hard task. A few months ago, one of them admitted that actually he hadn't read the memorandum that he had signed when he voted for it. So it was a huge task for the Greek public sector that really was above its head. We were following the crisis without ever being able to be on top of the job. It wasn't only the government that was unprepared, it was also the people that were unprepared. Nobody expected such a crisis. They have taken literally a promise by Mr. Papandreou, who was then Prime Minister, that there is enough money, leftai υπάρχουν in Greek, and they were expecting that they would be better off after the elections, and what they faced was the exact opposite, very hard austerity. And this created the movement of anger against the politicians, which was really very strong. On this, one has to look at the role played by the media, which in Greece are very, I don't want to say populist, but they are.
You can say.
And with very, very few exceptions, they have been always crying out loud that we are facing all these hardships, and what are you doing about it? And they have actually accelerated this movement of anger between the people. The third point that I wanted to make is that Troika came here, they prepared this plan of action, and actually everything that they predicted was proved wrong. All the predictions that were made about the falling GDP or about when Greece will return to the markets were proved unrealistic. Why was that? Was it a question of the wrong recipe? We discussed the question of the bank run previously. Well, this was not understood at the time. Nobody took into account this thing. And why was the bank run? Was it because of a higher dose of austerity and people had to take their deposits and support their income? Or was it because of the uncertainty that was introduced in the Greek economy, especially after Schäuble said that the private debt needs a haircut? And after that, we know that spreads increased, and the bank run was also accelerated. And on top of that, even the government really didn't understand what it was doing. I remember talking to ministers at the time, or then I was a journalist, and they were saying, we had a cut in public sector wages, we mustn't touch private sector wages because then the government will have no standing, no political standing. And of course, 1 year after, they said that, oh, the problem is structural and we need to be competitive, so we have to cut private sector wages. And in fact, the finance minister of the time had promised that if there is another packet of measures, I will have to resign. And there was another packet of measures and then another packet of measures because nobody understood where we were going. Now, of course, part of the problem was the lack of implementation of the program, which was to a large part due to the fact that the public sector employees were not cooperating. Why were they not cooperating? Well, part of the reason is that some of them have, a person said to me last night, the public sector mentality was in their DNA. A large part of the public sector has been employed by their MP, and they just wait to take their pensions. Part of it because they were on a white strike, as we say, because they were angry, because their their wages was cut, sorry. And part of it because they were against the reforms. Because, for example, the tax collectors, we all know in Greece, always take a part from the amount that is due to the state, and they write down this amount. So they don't have any incentive of supporting these changes. On the contrary, they want to boycott it. on this course, exactly because all the predictions failed and all the promises were not met, we had a continuation of the loss of trust from the people. And this was translated in various ways. One part of it was that the public employees that worked with the government and tried to implement the plan were intimidated by their colleagues. And when I became a minister, I had to face public employees who were really afraid to do their work because they were ostracized. And I met a director of a public corporation who was literally afraid to meet the trade unionist of his, that was the public television. And of course, this was translated also to intimidation of the politicians as well. And this was a huge psychological pressure for the government and for the MPs who really felt intimidated and were afraid to move on. And this partly explains why the previous administration fell. What was the only weapon that we had so as to retain public trust was fear. Fear of the unknown, fear of the chaos of living the euro. But this is something that cannot go on forever, and we need to find a positive alternative. What this will be, I really don't know. Thank you. Because he has to leave on an urgent... yes. Oh, Mr. Volodakis is still an MP, I'm sorry. I will give you the floor right away because I know that you have an urgent meeting afterwards and you want to leave. So please take the floor.
Καλό σας μεσημέρι, καλώς ήρθατε στα Χανιά, σου πέρα μακριά. Κατά παράκληση των διοργανωτών θα μιλήσω στα αγγλικά στη συνέχεια. So, ladies and gentlemen, welcome in Chania. Upon the request of the organizers, in order to save time, I'll be speaking in English. I will tell you very little about the past, if at all. I think I should mostly give you a picture of what's happening right now. And I'll try to be as brief as possible in describing to you first what we're trying to do, and second, what are the difficulties we are faced with, the way they're faced by somebody who is actively involved in the effort to reform this country. Now, the public sector is, for most people, one of the basic reasons, one of the roots of the evil this country has been going through. In fact, the problems of the public sector and the way it was set up over the past few decades. And this is to a great extent true. I know that the description of the status of the public administration around about the time of the crisis is to a great extent known to an audience like this. So I will tell you a few words about how we are going about to change this. The Ministry of Administrative Reform and E-Governance, since last June, has set out on a mission to reorganize the public administration, on working on two axes. On the one being the functional review of the administration as an entity of structures, the review and reorganization of the structures, the parts of the administration, the structural units. And the second axis is the evaluation, assessment of the staff of the public sector. Now, the phrase "for the first time" should be avoided in politics, I believe, because it's a quite defamed phrase, especially in Greece. Nevertheless, occasionally it might be an accurate description. So I think it is indeed for the first time that we are having a thorough, a comprehensive review of the public administration with specific targets, with the target of having as a result a state that will be leaner and more efficient at the same time. There are 5 specific targets that are followed in this. And when I'm saying targets that are followed, I refer to the process that has started since the end of June. I have to be very, very precise about this because the functional review started earlier, but well, this is the only comment I will make about the past, but it was with a not very clear, in my view at least, mission statement. The new mission statement, which is very new, in fact it's not even since the end of June, it's, well, 1.5 months old or so. This new mission statement calls for the achievement of 5 targets, 5 specific targets. First, competencies must be reviewed and wherever possible, competencies must be cut off. That is, we are examining whether all the competencies that are exercised by the public administration should be exercised at all. If I had an exhaustive list now of what are the competencies that the public administration exercises, you would have no doubt about the need of what I'm saying. Within this same target of the review of competencies, we have the aim of reducing the extent or completely abolishing the phenomenon of the overlapping of competencies, which is another factor that has created a public administration that is larger than it needed to be and that is less efficient than it should be. The second aim is to, the second target is to review, to assess the number of structural units. This is a target that is interlinked with the first one. We have the specific aim of reducing the number of entities, agencies of the public sector, etc., but also the number of structural units within the hard core of the government, that is general directorates, departments, etc. The third target is to, the third specific target on which we work is to reduce the intermediate steps of administrative procedures. That is the specific work on which we have embarked in order to reduce bureaucracy, which is crippling these countries' strength. The fourth is the, I think I lost count. The third is the steps. The fourth is the fourth is the assessment of the response of the units to the stimuli coming from society, coming from outside the public administration. We have right now an administration that is to a great extent introvert, that is to a great extent, in fact, excluded from whatever is happening in the outside world. And this is something that we specifically wish to get rid of. And the fifth target is to reduce the number of linkages in between units, which also is to reduce the number of linkages within the administration among the various units, which are the other phase of bureaucracy, because we have an awful lot of linkages that create the impression that they are absolutely necessary, but nevertheless they create just unnecessary administrative burden. So these are the targets, and of the 5 targets on the functional review of the administration, which I hope would seem self-evident needs in the eyes of most. Nevertheless, as I told you in the beginning, they have not until now been really worked on. Apart from this, we have the assessment of staff, which must actually be linked with the reorganization of units. And all this is done with specific timetables. Just to give you a few instances, by the end of October, we'll have new organizational charts for all ministries. This is a process that is going on for a few weeks, and we'll provide results by the end of October, results that we estimate will result roughly in a reduction of organizational structures of units by 50% roughly across the board. Now, in all of this, we have an overarching principle. We must proceed on administrative reform in a way that is taking into account what can be done technologically. For us, administrative reform goes hand in hand with the progress of e-governance. E-governance is one of the other terms that might not be used light-heartedly in politics, because it has also been defamed in this country and others. If you look into what is happening in e-governance across Europe, you will see that you have, in fact, a patchwork of systems all over Europe that have cost billions to the European taxpayer, and are not really working as one would expect. Nevertheless, we are working on this. We are trying to be as practical as possible on this. For instance, we are utilizing the infrastructure we have available without additional pharaonic projects. We are utilizing, for instance, the infrastructure we have in the Ministry of Administrative Reform, so that we already have the ability to utilize solely digitally signed documents. Over the next few days, this will be obligatory for this ministry, and by the end of June 2013, it will be obligatory for the whole government across all ministries. So I do not wish, I wouldn't like to take more of your time. As I told you, I also have to leave. Please bear in mind that this is a brief description of what is happening in one of the policy areas of this government. We have to fight against the inertia of the system, which is something that everybody can understand. On the other hand, quite often, and I believe that an audience like this has a role to play in overcoming the obstacle I'm about to describe very briefly. Another problem we are facing is the inertia of perceptions of the outside world. The outside world not being just the Troika, but being also the European media, the European public opinion, the international public opinion possibly. To some extent, justifiably, there are negative perceptions about Greece, about the public administration of Greece, which, regardless of how, to the extent to which they were justified at some point in time, they definitely are treating unfairly an effort of a nation that is really trying hard to reform and to be an equal partner in the effort of Europe to integrate and proceed towards a state of a more efficient democracy and more efficient social and economic system. This effort is done in earnest, is done with real good intentions, and we hope that our friends and partners, both in Europe and outside Europe, will try to concentrate on what is really the situation and not be a victim, possibly, of populist views on other countries' media, since Mr. Takavsis, as you rightly mentioned, there is populism in the media. This is not only the Greek case. So I think that if you look in a detailed way in what is happening in Greece, you will see that there is a lot that has already been done, that there is a lot that is on its way, that the effort is in earnest, and that we need the support of all our partners and friends in achieving our goals. Thank you very much. I wish you success in the work.
Thank you, Mr. Volodakis. The effort of a leaner and more efficient public sector is paramount for fiscal consolidation, and I want to ask Mr. Alekos Papadopoulos to take the floor and reach us with his experience. I just want to ask you to respect the 10-minute schedule. Τα 10 λεπτό.
Καλώς ήρθατε στη χώρα μας. Κυρίες και κύριοι, στο 10 λεπτό το οποίο επιβαρύνεται και λυπάμαι για σκέψη στα ελληνικά και από τη μετάφραση, πώς να το χρόνο δηλαδή, θα προσπαθήσω να πω μερικά πράγματα εν είδη σημείων και δεν ξέρω αν αυτά τα πράγματα μπορούν. Εγώ έχω διατηρήσει επί μία 20ετία βουλευτής του Ελληνικού Κοινοβουλίου και περίπου 10 χρόνια υπουργός σε μεγάλα υπουργεία. Μπορείτε αμέσως να κάνετε το συνειδημό ότι είναι μπροστά ένας από τους ενόχους της σημερινής κατάστασης της χώρας. Κοιτάξτε, στην πολιτική υπάρχει μία ευθύνη, η αντικειμενική ευθύνη. Δεν έχει καμία σημασία αν συνήργησες ο ίδιος ή όχι στο να φτάσει η χώρα εδώ, από τη στιγμή που ήσουν, όφελες να αντιμετωπίσεις τα πράγματα και αν προσπάθησες να τα αντιμετωπίσεις και δεν μπόρεσες, και αυτό είναι ευθύνη και αντικειμενική. Εκτιμώ ότι ανήκω στην δεύτερη περίπτωση, διότι ακριβώς διαφωνώντας επί 20 χρόνια για την πορεία της χώρας και από υπουργός παραιτήθηκα και την έδρα τους βουλευτική την προσέφερα στο βωμό μιας πραγματικότητας η οποία ήταν φανερή από τις αρχές της δεκαετίας του 90 ότι η Ελλάδα θα χρεοκοπήσει. Και το λέγανε 2-3 άνθρωποι, οι οποίοι ταυτόχρονα είναι και οι πιο προπυλακιστέντες ήμασταν από τα κόμματά μας. Αυτό όμως δεν μας απαράσει. Και αυτό μας δείχνει και ένα άλλο πράγμα. Ότι η ευρωπαϊκή κρίση είναι μια κρίση που αφορά την Ευρώπη, η ελληνική κρίση είναι εντελώς διαφορετικό και πρέπει να πάψει κάποια στιγμή ο ελληνικός λαϊκισμός στην Ελλάδα να κρύβεται πίσω από την ευρωπαϊκή κρίση. Ότι λέει η κρίση της Ελλάδος είναι μέρος της ευρωπαϊκής κρίσης. Είναι ψεύδος. Και σε αυτή την περίοδο είναι και επικίνδυνο, έως και εγκληματικό. Διότι το γεγονός ότι η Ελλάδα χρεοκόπησε, γιατί χρεοκόπησε από το Μάιο του 1910, τη στιγμή που δεν μπορεί να δανειστεί και δέχεται τη συνδρομή υπομορφή δανεισμού φυσικά των άλλων χωρών της Ευρώπης και του IMF, ή αποδέχεται το haircut ενός ύψους τεραστίου και μοναδικού στην παγκόσμια οικονομική ιστορία, αυτό είναι χρεοκοπία. Και επειδή εδώ στην Ελλάδα θέλουμε τα πράγματα να τα λέμε έτσι με όμορφες λέξεις, η ελληνική γλώσσα είναι, όπως ξέρετε, η πιο σύνθετη γλώσσα και φαίνεται η συνθετικότητά της από το γεγονός ότι μία έννοια μπορεί να τη διατυπώσει με πάνω από 15 λέξεις, με αποφρώσεις. Εδώ λοιπόν λέμε μνημόνιο. Ο εχθρός του ελληνικού λαού είναι το μνημόνιο. Ή μιλάμε οι δανειστές μας. Όχι, η Ελλάδα τελεί πολυεθνή, πολυμερή οικονομικό έλεγχο από το Μάιο του 2010. Ότι υποδεικνύονται προγράμματα τα οποία δεν εφαρμόζει ή εφαρμόζει ελλιπώς. Αυτή είναι η πραγματικότητα. Με αποτέλεσμα να έρχονται δεύτερα προγράμματα να αναπληρώσουν τα ελλείμματα του προηγούμενου και ούτω καθεξής. Έρχεται και η ευρωπαϊκή κρίση, η οποία προφανώς μας διασώζει, γιατί εγώ δεν δέχομαι την άποψη ότι αν η Ευρώπη ήταν σταθεροποιημένη, τότε θα μπορούσε να ξεφύγει και η Ελλάδα από την κρίση. Όσο είναι σε κατάσταση ρευστότητας η Ευρώπη, τόσο μπορεί να διασώζεται και η Ελλάδα. Φαίνεται ότι έχει μια αντινομία αυτό το πράγμα. Λυπάμαι, είναι πολύ σκληρή πραγματικότητα και η ευθύνη να φύγουμε από την κρίση είναι αποκλειστικό θέμα δικό μας. Βέβαια με τη συνδρομή, το συζητάω, και της Ευρώπης και του IMF και του διεθνούς παράγοντα. Τι θέλω να σας πω ένα δεύτερο σημείο. Εγώ διαχειρίστηκα κρίση. Πολύ σκληρή κρίση. Το 1900 ως Υπουργός Οικονομικών, το 1993-96. Θα σας πω μόνο μερικά νούμερα για να την καταλάβετε. Είχαμε χρέος σύνολο και το κυβερνητικό κλπ. Ήταν 132% το ΑΕΠ. Ο πληθωρισμός έτρεχε με 16%. Δανειζόμουν ο εσωτερικός δανεισμός ήταν τότε, ήταν στο 85% εσωτερικός δανεισμός, με επιτόκιο 22,5% τα ετήσια έντοκα γραμμάτια. Πολύ ελάχιστα παίρναμε δανεισμό από το εξωτερικό και μάλιστα με ρήτρα δολαρίου που έφτανε ετήσιο επιτόκιο 36%. Λοιπόν, δεχτήκαμε και επίθεση το 1994 στη δραχμή και όμως εκείνη τη χρονιά εκτελέσαμε προϋπολογισμό σε ακρίβεια δραχμής και πετύχαμε για πρώτη φορά στην ιστορία της χώρας πρωτογενές πλεόνασμα 4,2, το οποίο και τα επόμενα 3 χρόνια είχαν πρωτογενές αποτέλεσμα. Δεν αυξήσαμε τη φορολογία, παρά μόνο τους ειδικούς φόρους κατανάλωσης, που ήταν προσαρμογή κάθε χρόνο, και δεν περικόψαμε νομοθετικές δαπάνες, παρά μόνο κάναμε μια προσπάθεια να ακτιβήσουμε τη φοροδιαφυγή και είχαμε μια αύξηση εσόδων πάλι για πρώτη φορά στην ιστορία της χώρας, 12%, 12,5% των εισόδων, και επίσης είχαμε ένα πολύ μεγάλο περιορισμό δαπανών πρωτογενών από τον περιορισμό της τότε και τότε σπατάλης. Θα μου πείτε, καλά, και πώς τα καταφέρατε από αυτά. Θα σας πω κάτι, γιατί δεν λέγεται. Δεν είναι γιατί υπήρχε κάποιος σούπερ υπουργός οικονομικών ή μια κυβέρνηση κλπ. Απλώς ήταν άλλες συνθήκες. Για να καταλάβουμε την κρίση έτσι και είναι. Οι συνθήκες είναι ότι υπήρχε ακόμα μια δημόσια διοίκηση που δεν είχε διαλυθεί και είχε κάποιο σεβασμό. Παρά το γεγονός ότι είχε υποστεί τεράστιες δρογμές από τις κομματικές παρεμβάσεις των προηγούμενων δεκαετιών. Το δεύτερο, Ο κόσμος είχε μεγαλύτερη αυτοπειθαρχία από αυτή την οποία είχε το μετέπειτα διάστημα. Το τρίτον, δεν είχαμε εξωτερικό χρέος, είχαμε εσωτερικό χρέος. Τέταρτον, και πολύ σημαντικό, υπήρχε τότε μια κατεύθυνση στη χώρα να βγούμε στην Οικονομική και Νομισματική Ένωση. Και δημιουργήθηκαν επιμέρους αυτοπειθαρχίες, οι οποίες βοηθήσανε πάρα πολύ και τα επόμενα χρόνια και ιδιαίτερα όταν διατέχθηκε τότε η κυβέρνηση Παπανδρέου, που έχουν και στις δύο κυβερνήσεις, και Παπανδρέου και Σιμίτη, που οδήγησαν στο γεγονός να βγούμε στην Ελλάδα, να οδηγηθούμε στην ΟΝΕ. Αυτή η δεκαετία του 90 μια πολύ ενδιαφέρουσα δεκαετία και από άποψη αποφάσεων και εξυγχρονισμών των θεσμών, αλλά ταυτόχρονα και από συλλογικές, προσέξτε, συνειδητοποιήσεις σε μια κοινωνία του σχεδόν απόλυτου ατομικισμού, γιατί είχε στόχο. Θα σας πω μερικά από τα, γιατί είχε και η δεκαετία του 90 η μαρτυμένα μέχρι τα τέλεια, αλλά γίνανε στο Υπουργείο Οικονομικών, όταν ήμουν. Οργανώσαμε το τάξης. Τότε ήταν. Δεν υπήρχε τίποτα. Δεν υπήρχε ένα κομπιούτερ στις υπηρεσίες του Υπουργείου Οικονομικών και κάναμε μια πολύ μεγάλη προσπάθεια σε τέρα incógnita να οργανώσουμε αυτό που υπάρχει σήμερα το τάξης. Δεν υπήρχαν υπηρεσίες δίωξης του οικονομικού εγκλήματος και δημιουργήσαμε το ΣΔΟΕ. Δεν υπήρχαν οικονομικοί επιθεωρητές, που εγώ βέβαια αλλιώς ξεκίνησα, κατά το γαλλικό πρότυπο, δυστυχώς αλλιώς κατάρτισαν, εκφυλίστηκαν. Αυτό το κομμάτι με είχε ενοχλήσει πάρα πολύ, αλλά ήταν για τις μετέπειτες νοοτροπίες. Έφερα το IRS στην Ελλάδα επί 2 χρόνια και παρά τις αντιδράσεις και την απόκριση στοιχείων, έφυγε μια σύμβαση με το ελληνικό δημόσιο, να οργανωθεί η ίσπραξη των εισόδων και βεβαίως κάποια σύγχρονα συστήματα όπως dumping κλπ. Των υπηρεσιών. Και διάφορα άλλα πράγματα θέλω να αναπολύσω. Ταυτόχρονα και στα άλλα υπουργεία, και θα σας πω τι εννοώ, και στο υγείας και εσωτερικό και δημόσια διοίκηση και μετά προσπαθούμε και κάναμε μεγάλες προσπάθειες. Αλλά όχι μέσα από αυτά που άκουσα από τον πολύ αξιόλογο κύριο Βουλουδάκη, δεν είναι εδώ. Μέσα από, για μένα, εγώ διαφωνώ πλήρως, οργάνωση της σημερινής δημόσιας διοίκησης. Δεν μπορεί να οργανωθεί η δημόσια διοίκηση όπως είναι σήμερα. Και αυτά τα προγράμματα ήταν από τότε και από εκεί είχαν συνεχώς. Πρέπει να πάμε bypass, να κάνουμε παραδρόμους. Δεν γίνεται διαφορετικά. Από τότε οργανώσαμε και ευτυχώς τις ομάδες διοίκησης έργου, που ήταν μειχτές επιτροπές, και το λέω και δεν φωνάζω τόσο καιρό, από εμπειρογνώμονες απ' έξω και ικανούς δημόσιους υπαλλήλους και των Υπουργείων, αλλά και των διαφόρων οργανισμών απ' έξω, για την διαχείριση αποκλειστικά αυτή, και όχι μέσα από τη δημόσια υπαλληλία σύνθετων οικονομικών προγραμμάτων ή σύνθετων προγραμμάτων, όπως είναι πληροφορική, όπως είναι εφαρμογή μεταρρυθμίσεων, όπως είναι ολιστικές παρεμβάσεις στους χώρους, στην παιδεία, στην υγεία, σε μια σειρά επιμέρους πράγματα. Θα σας πω ένα παράδειγμα. Διαχειρίστηκαν οι υπηρεσίες των Υπουργείων τη φωνακευτική δαπάνη μέσα από τη συνταγογράφηση. Απέτυχε, παρά τις προθέσεις. Φέτος η φωνακευτική δαπάνη θα είναι πολύ μεγαλύτερη που θα είναι από πέρσι. Γιατί αυτά δεν γίνονται μέσα από κλασικές μορφές δημοσιοεκλογίας και ιδιαίτερα όπως είναι στην Ελλάδα. Φεύγω εγώ αυτό. Δυστυχώς στο τέλος της δεκαετίας του 90 έγινε κάτι, το οποίο θεωρήθηκε πολύ σημαντικό. Εκεί, όπως σας είπα, που δανείζονταν η Ελλάδα με 23% πριν λίγα χρόνια επί εποχής μου και το κατέβασα στα 3 χρόνια εγώ γύρω στο 10%. Ακριβώς διότι πίεζε να μπούμε στην Οικονομική Νομισματική Ένωση. Το 1998 η Ελλάδα, αν θυμάστε, μπήκε στον μηχανισμό συναλλαγματικών ισοτιμιών. Από εκεί άρχισε πια η οριστική πορεία της καταστροφής της χώρας. Μα γιατί δηλαδή? Γιατί άρχισε εδώ? Διότι τα επιτόκια κατέρευσαν, το μεσοσταθμικό επιτόκιο του ελληνικού δημοσίου έφτανε γύρω στο 2,5% είναι ανάλογα με τη διάρκεια δανεισμού που κάναμε. Μάλιστα υπήρχαν και επιτόκια που ήταν 1,κάτι%, που δεν έχει ξαναδεί ποτέ η χώρα. Γέμισαν ποταμοί χρημάτων. Οι ελληνικές τράπεζες αγόρασαν πολύ φθηνό χρήμα και το πουλούσαν αφιδώς. Και μάλιστα με πολλές φορές πιεστικό και αναγκαστικό τρόπο, πέραν την έχουν να πάρεις 20.000 ευρώ σε καταναλωτικά δάνεια κλπ. Τότε λοιπόν η οικονομική αυτή δραστηριότητα ονομάστηκε ανάπτυξη. Δεν ήταν ανάπτυξη, ήταν απλώς μια μεγέθυνση με δάνεια κεφάλαια. Αλλά οι αλλοιώσεις που επέφεραν στην ελληνική κοινωνία ήταν τεράστιες, διότι θεωρήθηκε ότι η Ελλάδα μεταξύ των 22 πλουσιότερων χωρών του κόσμου είχε κατακτήσει, τελείωσε την Εδέμ το παράδεισο και από εκεί πέρα είχε χαθεί το μέτρο. Τότε λοιπόν που έπρεπε να κάνουμε το 2000, σε αυτή την πολύ μαρτυμένη δεκαετία 2000-2010, τεράστιες μεταρρυθμίσεις για να έχουμε διατηρησιμότητα μέσα στην ευρωζώνη και ανταγωνιστικότητα, τότε μάλιστα υπήρχε ξέφερνη ρυθμή που φτάσανε σε ένα ισοζύγιο εξωτερικών συναλλαγών 14,5%. Ένα από τα μεγαλύτερα του κόσμου, είτε ως ποσοστό, είτε ως αναλογία, αν το βάλεις με κριτήριο το κατακεφαλήν, όσο ήταν. Λοιπόν, φούντωσε δε ο λαϊκισμός, σε αυτό συνέτειναν το σύνολο του ελληνικού τύπου, τον υπηρετούσε με ιδεολογία ιεραρχητών, διότι από εκεί και πέρα ιδιαίτερα κατεδαφιστικό και καταληκτικό ρόλο η εμπορική τηλεόραση. Ευτυχώς υπήρχαν κάποιες φωνές σε κάποιες σοβαρές εφημερίδες, οι οποίες υπάρχουν στη χώρα και διάβαζε κάποια πράγματα εκεί πέρα έτσι, αλλά δεν αντέχει, τα διάβαζε η ελίτ της χώρας. Τώρα το ελίτ της χώρας θέλει και αυτό εισαγωγικά, αλλά ας πούμε. Και φτάσαμε εδώ που φτάσαμε. Σας έκανα αυτή την περιγραφή για να σας πω ότι και σε όλες τις προσπάθειες που γίνονται, γιατί η χώρα αυτή δεν είναι όπως θέλουν να την παρουσιάσουν. Εμείς έχουμε τις δικές μας ευθύνες σαν λαός, γιατί μια χώρα με μεγάλα γεωστρατηγικά και γεωοικονομικά πλεονεκτήματα, μια χώρα που έχει υποδομές, οι υποδομές της δεν είναι μόνο τα πολλά λιμάνια, τα πολλά αεροδρόμια, κατά την αναλογία είναι τα περισσότερα. Μια σε συγκριτικά διέφταση στην Ευρώπη. Ή μια χώρα η οποία είναι πρώτη δύναμη στον κόσμο, στην αστυνομία. Μπορεί να καταγράφεται έκτη νεολόγιο, αλλά σε ιδιοκτησία είναι πρώτη στον κόσμο. Μια χώρα η οποία έχει συγκριτικά πλεονεκτήματα τεράστια, έχει μάλιστα θεωρείται από τις πρώτες στον κόσμο σε αναλογία παιδιών νέων νεότερης γενιάς, οι οποίοι έχουν μεταπτυχιακά του εξωτερικού και μάλιστα από τα μεγαλύτερα τι διδάσκουν σε ερευνητικά κέντρα ή και καθηγητές σε μεγάλα πανεπιστήμια του κόσμου, Έλληνες πρώτες γενιές από εδώ φύγανε. Έχει όλες τις προϋποθέσεις και νομίζω ότι το πρόβλημά της είναι ένα πρόβλημα το οποίο είναι πολύ βαθιά εσωτερικό και το οποίο θα ξεπεραστεί νομίζω με μια καθημερινή συνειδητοποίηση, πάντως δεν θα ξεπεραστεί με το να χαϊδεύουμε τα αυτιά ο ένας στον άλλο κλπ. Όπως επίσης, για να πω και κάτι άλλο, ενοχλεί και ένα γεγονός. Παρατηρώ μια ίηση από πλευράς κάποιων ευρωπαϊκών χωρών ότι αυτή είναι κάποιοι ανώτεροι, έτσι λέει και λοιπά. Πώς θα δείτε, κάτι άλλο. Παρά το γεγονός ότι αυτοί οι λαοί και αυτές οι κοινωνίες σε ευρωπαϊκές χώρες δεν είχαν την ίδια αφετηρία από την Ελλάδα. Αλλά η προσπάθεια που έκανε η Ελλάδα να συγκλίνει μαζί τους ήταν τεράστια. Και δεν τα κάνανε κάποιοι. Πολιτικοί τα κάνανε. Γιατί υπάρχει η γενίκευση, αν δεν όλοι οι πολιτικοί είναι και το γυάλα. Λοιπόν, η Ελλάδα ούτε την πειθαρχία του καπιταλισμού πέρασε ποτέ. Από τις προκαπιταλιστικές σχέσεις πήγε κατευθείαν στη σύγχρονη εποχή. Ούτε οικοδόμησε την οικονομία της πάνω στο ρασιοναλισμό, τον ορθολογισμό της Ευρώπης, ούτε στην προτεσταντική ηθική, ούτε στις κανονικές αντιλήψεις περί φιλοφωνίας πληροδιακτικότητας, Ακόμα μας ταλανίζει ο διεισμός της καταστούς ή της καθημάς της Ανατολής, όπως λέγεται. Λοιπόν, παρά τα προβλήματα αυτά έχουν γίνει τεράστιες προσπάθειες. Απλώς τώρα έχουμε μπει μόνιμα σε μια δίνη, την οποία οφείλουμε να την ξεπεράσουμε και ελπίζω κυρίως ότι αυτή θα ξεπεραστεί ούτε με μαγικούς τρόπους τώρα, ούτε με αναφορές απ' έξω, ούτε με απειλές, ούτε με εκβιασμούς κατέρωθεν. Αυτά είναι πολύ λίγα πράγματα για μια Ευρώπη, η οποία και αυτή έχει τον κίνδυνο της ενδόρυξης, έτσι λέγεται, να εκραγεί από μέσα και ταυτόχρονα θα πρέπει να αναλυθούν τόσο τεράστιες πρωτοβουλίες βαθιά πολιτικού χαρακτήρα, γιατί το πρόβλημα είναι βαθιά πολιτικό και δευτερευόντως οικονομικό κατά την ταπεινή μου άποψη. Εμείς δεν θέλουμε η λύση, μάλλον η διαφυγή μας από την κρίση, να είναι ούτε προϊόν απελπισίας, αλλά ούτε και ένα προϊόν υπέρμετρης αισιοδοξίας, η οποία τις τελευταίες μέρες είναι εισαγόμενη. Όλοι εγάπησαν την Ελλάδα. Όλοι κάνουν δηλώσεις αγάπης και σεβασμού υπέρ της Ελλάδος, κλείνω πατερή, γι' αυτό κλείνω με αυτό. Το να είναι κανείς αισιόδοξος ή απεσιόδοξος είναι ένα προσωπικό του θέμα. Η αισιοδοξία εξάλλου κατά το Σόπενχάουερ είναι και ευγένεια. Στην πολιτική όμως δεν ισχύει η αισιοδοξία και η απεσιοδοξία. Ισχύει μόνο ένα πράγμα. Η αισιοδοξία που χτίζεται. Αυτή είναι μια δύσκολη αισιοδοξία. Η Ελλάδα περνάει τις δυσκολίες των βουνών που λέει ο Πλέχτος και όχι τις δυσκολίες των παιδιάδων, και νομίζω μετά από περιπέτειες οι οποίες έχουμε συνηθίσει που είναι μπροστά μας, πιστεύω ότι θα βρει τον δρόμο της, γιατί όλοι οι λαοί, μην φαντάζεστε, κάποια στιγμή βρίσκουν και τον δρόμο και αισθάνονται πώς θα επιβιώσουν. Ευχαριστώ πολύ.
I wish to thank Mr. Papadopoulos for his very thoughtful talk. I just want to make a comment about the elites. You know, in Greece, apart from being the first force in shipping, we have the largest numbers of lawyers in the world. We have the largest number of doctors in the world per capita. We have the largest number of pharmacies in the world. We have, as Manos has written, 30% more beds in hospitals than Britain. And I have a feeling that the elites are a burden to change because they safeguard their pronomial privileges, and they hinder all these efforts, all the more so that they have a political power to block these reforms. And it's a question that sometime we need to address, I think. Now I want to give the floor to Governor of Crete, Mr. Arnaudakis.
And if we may also thank Mr. Arnaudakis because he's co-sponsoring the Development Fund of Crete together with the Economic Chamber this event.
Αγαπητοί υπουργιά μας, κυρίες και κύριοι, καλώς ήρθατε στα Χανιά, καλώς ήρθατε στην Κρήτη. Θα ήθελα από την πλευρά τη δική μου να αναθέσω μερικές σκέψεις και απόψεις σχετικά με την πορεία της Κρήτης. Πολύ σωστά αυτά που ανέφερε ο αγαπητός υπουργός μας, είχαμε συνεργαστεί για χρόνια ως υπουργός, αυτός στο Υπουργείο Εσωτερικών, εγώ ως δήμαρχος ενός Δήμου στην Κρήτη, και γνωρίζω την αγωνία του και τις προσπάθειες που κατέβαλε για την ανάπτυξη της χώρας και τις τομές της πραγματικές και τις μεταρρυθμίσεις που έγιναν όλα αυτά τα χρόνια που ήταν υπουργός. Πριν από 1,5 χρόνο αναλάβαμε την αιρετή περιφέρεια της Κρήτης. Για πρώτη φορά ένας νέος θεσμός. Μέχρι σήμερα, μέχρι πριν από 1,5 χρόνο, οι περιφερειάρχες ήταν διορισμένοι από την εκάστοτε κυβέρνηση. Μια μεγάλη τομή, η οποία όμως χρειάζεται σημαντικές
βελτιώσεις. Γιατί εάν θέλουμε να βγούμε από αυτή την κρίση, πρέπει να αποκεντρώσουμε και το κράτος. Ανέφερα πολλές φορές ως υπουργός στο Υπουργείο Οικονομίας και Ανταγωνιστικότητας που ήμουν από το 2009 μέχρι το 2010 και το 2018, ότι η πλατεία συντάγματος δεν μπορεί να διοικεί όλη την Ελλάδα. Πρέπει να δούμε την αποκεντρωμένη μορφή του κράτους. Η αιρετή περιφέρεια αποτελεί τη βάση που μπορούμε πραγματικά, εάν η πολιτική εξουσία, η εκάστοτε κυβέρνηση, όλες οι κυβερνήσεις δουν ότι πρέπει να αποκεντρώσουν το κράτος. Αναφέρομαι και στις κυβερνήσεις του ΠΑΣΟΚ και στις Νέας Δημοκρατίας. Μπορεί να είχαν την πολιτική και να έχουν την πολιτική βούληση οι πρωθυπουργοί για την αποκέντρωση, όμως το σύστημα από κάτω δυστυχώς δεν αφήνει για να υπάρξει η πραγματική αποκέντρωση. Όμως εμείς θα το παλέψουμε, θα διεκδικήσουμε και πιστεύω ότι μπορούμε στα επόμενα χρόνια να αισιοδοξούμε ότι μπορούμε να καταφέρουμε κάτι θετικότερο από ό,τι έχει γίνει μέχρι σήμερα. Αναφέρομαι σε δύο χαρακτηριστικά παραδείγματα. Μέσα στον πρώτο χρόνο είχαμε μια εξοικονόμηση πάνω από το 38% όλων των λειτουργικών εξόδων. Αυτό τι σημαίνει? Σημαίνει ότι υπάρχουν πεδία βελτίωσης πάρα πολύ σημαντικά. Όταν μόνο στον πρώτο χρόνο υπάρχει μια εξοικονόμηση του 38%, η εκτίμηση δική μας είναι ότι μέσα στα 4 χρόνια που είναι η θητεία μπορούμε να ξεπεράσουμε το 60% της εξοικονόμησης. Γιατί ενώνουμε δυνάμεις. Αυτό είναι το σημαντικό. Όμως οι δυνάμεις αυτές δεν έχουν ακόμα ενωθεί όπως θα έπρεπε. Και να φέρω ένα χαρακτηριστικό παράδειγμα και να δείτε καμιά φορά αν υπάρχει πολιτική βούληση πώς μπορούν κάποια πράγματα να ξεμπλοκαριστούν. Υπουργείο Αγροτικής Ανάπτυξης. Είναι δυνατόν να γνωρίζει ο υπάλληλος του Υπουργείου Αγροτικής Ανάπτυξης τα θέματα καλύτερα από ότι μια περιφέρεια σε όλη τη χώρα? Υπήρχαν πάρα πολλά σχέδια βελτίωσης τα οποία λέγανε οι υπάλληλοι του Υπουργείου Γεωργίας και Γεωργών ότι μόνο εμείς μπορούμε να εξετάσουμε. Ήρθε ένας νέος υπουργός, τα έδωσε στις περιφέρειες και μέσα σε ένα 5μηνο, 6μηνο θα πέσουν στην αγορά στους αγρότες μας πάνω από τα 700 εκατομμύρια. Σε αυτό δεν μπορεί να φταίει η Ευρωπαϊκή Ένωση γιατί δεν έχουν γίνει. Φταίνε νοοτροπίες, πολιτικές και κομματικές για την άλλη έχει γίνει. Να αναφέρω ότι μόνο στην Κρήτη αυτή την περίοδο έχουμε 400 σχέδια τα οποία οι υπηρεσίες όλες της περιφέρειας και των Δήμων εξετάζουν και θα πέσουν στην αγορά 30 εκατομμύρια. Στους αγρότες. Είναι ένα παράδειγμα για να δείτε τη διαφορά αν υπάρχει η πολιτική βούληση ή όχι. Να πω όμως ότι εμείς πώς θέλουμε να χτίσουμε τα επόμενα χρόνια την Κρήτη μας. Δεν μπορεί να λέει η Ευρώπη το 2020 και εμείς να μην ακολουθούμε την Κρήτη του 2020. Και κανείς δεν μπορεί να αμφισβητήσει ότι πραγματικά υπάρχει μια κρίση θεσμική, μια κρίση πολιτική, μια κρίση κοινωνική, μια κρίση αξιών και στην Ελλάδα και στην Ευρώπη. Θα μου επιτρέψετε να καταθέσω την άποψή μου, γιατί 5 χρόνια ήμουν ευρωβουλευτής και γνωρίζω πολύ καλά και την κρίση που έχει και η Ευρώπη. Όμως η κρίση δική μας, και θα συμφωνήσω με τον κύριο Υπουργό, ότι δεν είναι μόνο ευρωπαϊκή, περισσότερο είναι ελληνική. Πρέπει να δούμε τη δημόσια διοίκηση. Και πρέπει να δούμε εμείς ως Κρήτη πώς μπορούμε να εκμεταλλευτούμε τα συγκριτικά μας πλεονεκτήματα. Και τα συγκριτικά μας πλεονεκτήματα είναι ότι πρέπει να δούμε τους πυλώνες ανάπτυξης του νησιού. Και οι πυλώνες ανάπτυξης του νησιού μας είναι ο πρωτογενής τομέας και ο τουριστικός τομέας. Παράλληλα όμως με την έρευνα και την τεχνολογία και καινοτομία που μας δίνουν τα ερευνητικά και εκπαιδευτικά ιδρύματα του νησιού. Γιατί δείτε, σε όλη την Ελλάδα και σε πάρα πολλές περιοχές της Ευρώπης μια περιοχή των 600.000 κατοίκων, όπως είναι η Κρήτη, εάν έχει τόσα ερευνητικά και εκπαιδευτικά ιδρύματα. Και είμαστε υπερήφανοι που υπάρχουν στην Κρήτη όλα αυτά. Γιατί προσελκύουν εξαίρετους καθηγητές, προχωρούν και είμαστε πρώτοι στην Ελλάδα, ειδικά στην έρευνα και στην καινοτομία. Δυστυχώς όμως κεντρικά υπάρχει ένα κράτημα να μην αφήσουν να αναπτυχθεί το νησί ή κάποιες περιοχές που μπορούν να αναπτυχθούν. Εμείς από την πλευρά τη δική μας, με ένα ολοκληρωμένο στρατηγικό σχεδιασμό για τον πρωτογενή τομέα. Την ερχόμενη εβδομάδα θα έχουμε τα πρώτα αποτελέσματα για αυτό που κάνουμε ως νησί. Δεν μπορεί αυτός ο ευλογημένος στόχος να μην παράγει και μπορεί να παράγει ποιοτικά προϊόντα εξαίρετης ποιότητας με ολοκληρωμένη διαχείριση, πιστοποιημένα σε αυτά που θέλει η αγορά, και η ευρωπαϊκή και η διεθνή. Ανοίξαμε κάποιους δρόμους. Βεβαίως υπάρχουν οι κλασικές, οι χώρες που εξάγουν τα προϊόντα μας, όμως έπρεπε να δούμε και άλλες χώρες. Και αναφέρομαι στη Ρωσία και στην Ουκρανία, που την ερχόμενη εβδομάδα υπογράφουμε σημαντικά συμβόλαια για εξαγωγή προϊόντων από το νησί. Που το νούμερο δεν θα το πω σήμερα, θα το δείτε το νούμερο, θα πείτε ότι αυτή η προσπάθεια αξίζει τη στήριξη όλων. Επίσης, είχαμε ένα φόρουμ Ουκρανών επιχειρηματιών και κριτικών. Να πω μόνο ότι η φετινή χρονιά από πλευράς της ουκρανικής αγοράς θα έχουμε μια αύξηση στον τουρισμό πάνω από 70%. Και ξέρετε γιατί? Γιατί κάποιοι άνθρωποι, ιδιώτες, βοήθησαν για να προσδεχτούν κάποια στελέχη, κάποια άτομα σε διάφορα προξενία και να βγαίνει η βίζα γρηγορότερα. Μα τι πιο απλό υπάρχει? Να έχουμε τους ανθρώπους και μέσα σε 2 μέρες να βγαίνει η βίζα. Υπάρχει καλύτερο αποτέλεσμα και να υπάρχουν 40 στελέχη στην Ουκρανία και στη Ρωσία και να βγαίνει η βίζα και να έχουμε αυτή τη στιγμή πάνω από, για τη φετινή χρονιά, πάνω από το 30% αύξηση από τη ρωσική αγορά? Άρα η κατεύθυνση δική μας είναι ότι αυτές οι αγορές, όπως και η αγορά της Κίνας, που ακόμα δεν έχουμε κάνει τα βήματα που πρέπει, έχουν γίνει βήματα, αλλά δεν έχουμε αυτά τα αποτελέσματα που πρέπει, και να πάμε στην παραγωγή και το ένα να στηρίζει το άλλο. Δεν μπορεί ο πρωτογενής τομέας με τον τουριστικό να μην είναι αλληλένδετοι και να υποστηρίζει ο ένας τον άλλο. Με αυτές τις σκέψεις θέλω να πω ότι εμείς πραγματικά καταβάλουμε κάθε δυνατή προσπάθεια και είμαι σίγουρος και βέβαιος ότι τα επόμενα χρόνια θα είναι καλύτερα για τους πολίτες της Κρήτης. Σας ευχαριστώ πολύ.
Mr. Arnautakis, I will ask any other from the panel might want to make a contribution, and with a time limit so that
Some of the results from the questionnaire, get the results from the questionnaire that
only as a way to motivate the discussion.
okay.
Very briefly. Sorry for this.
Generates debate.
You can find it all. So it's nothing. It's like this. So and it is not, of course, any. It's not a representative of anything more than the forum. But so we managed to gather 12 questionnaires. Now I didn't find. I think at the time, of course, to look at the maps to use for more than 5 or 10 minutes. The only question that I would like to stress on what type of crisis we think we have, and it seems that for the forum. Yeah, sorry for that. So it seems that for the forum it's mainly a political crisis, then economic crisis. It's not really a cultural crisis, which is something that I think we already was shown in the discussion and makes good sense. So because this is like from strongly to strongly disagree, like 5 is disagree, which is, I mean, as I said, first a good sign and also surprising. How it's possible, Greece versus Europe? I just only want to show you a bit to point to the heterogeneity with respect to the countries and the specific cases that has been already stressed by Fernando and others, for example, it's not exactly the same crisis for everyone. So it's a very healthy, I think, sign that what you see here is not what you see on the Greek media. So it's basically Greece to blame for the crisis, at least for the Greek crisis, at least with respect to the onset of the crisis, the genesis of the crisis, and contrast this with Spain. Again, Spain is not to blame for its own crisis. It was the best pupil in the class, still it has its own problems. So this is mainly what we should only be trying to do here. Again, it was hardly surprising, but just as a way to sort of motivate the discussion to discuss about what we have been also talking with us today. Thank you.
Okay, so we go on. Is there anybody from the panel who wants to make a contribution? Or who will ask? Anybody else? Whoever wants to make a contribution, please take the floor. Υπάρχει μικρόφωνο, δεν υπάρχει. Okay. Who would like to? Yeah, in Greek as well as in English.
Εγώ θα ήθελα να πω δύο κουβέντες. Δεν είμαι ούτε πολιτικός ούτε οικονομολόγος, γιατί όσους δεν με ξέρουν είναι η
of civil society at national level and at European level, which perhaps means more decentralization. Of course, and this is perhaps food for thought, if we have, or the perception is that there is a corruption in our system, would decentralization exacerbate the problem or not? In Greece, the attitude is that don't trust the regions. Try to make everything, to take the decision in Syntagma Square, as you said, in the parliament or within the central organization, precisely because there is a distrust to local politicians or political actors for exacerbating the clientelistic system. And my question to everyone is, how do we achieve decentralization with an increase of accountability? Does it mean that, for example, print will do its own bits and not be accountable to the rest of the country, or indeed the European Union, for example, for the use of structural funds, for example? How do we understand this decentralization? Thank you.
Thank you. I had a different point. I would also like to sort of
I think I would also like to sort of build on what the former Minister Papadopoulos said, but also current Minister as well, Mr. Globalised, and try to sort of extrapolate from the Greek example, right? So, I mean, we're here to talk about reforming our way out of the crisis, both at the country level, the local level, as the government said, and the European level. I think what is crucial and what we've learned from the Greek example is to sort of look at the incentives for reform. And that's something I'm also interested in from like in my own research agenda. We need to distinguish between the intrinsic and the extrinsic incentives for reform. And what is clear in Greece is that the only times when actually real reforms took place in Greece were when they were extrinsically motivated. So in the run-up to accession to the EMU, so there was always, there was the extrinsic incentive of joining a big sort of bonanza, basically, and the reforms going on at right now are happening under the threat of expulsion and exit, right? Which is another type of extrinsic disincentive. What we need to sort of study and understand is how can a country become intrinsically motivated to reform? How can we take ownership of reform? How do we make people to want to reform? And this is a very, very difficult question. I mean, because the assumption here is that a majority, there was
Alex Papadopoulos said that when the interest rates went down, the people started borrowing more. As an economist, it doesn't look crazy if the price of something goes down and buy more, right? So it's not crazy, but you would have expected from a minister that was prudent to start repaying a bit of the debt, right? To start lowering the debt. So my question is, why did this happen? Is it sort of reform fatigue? People were trying a lot to get into the monetary union. They started reforming, doing things that were good but they were painful. It was like the Anton Panellini's effect. So when Greek kids study for university, they study like crazy for 2 years, and then they get to university and they stop studying forever. It's amazing. They finish university without ever opening a book anymore. So is it the sort of thing that they were just exhausted by this, or is it something else? And the second part is, do you think the politicians have learned? So if in 5 years the IMF is gone, the EU has stopped pushing us, will they do it again?
Both very good questions. Yeah, I'll give the floor to Charlie. When all this was happening, we had the belief that we were getting poorer and poorer. If you look at what the politicians and the journalists wrote during this decade, they were saying that these countries middle classes are being left behind, which was the exact opposite of what was happening. So it was a very wrong perception in the media and the public. Jordan.
I wanted to react to Odyssey's point on decentralization, because there is a very serious debate in Spain about the merits of decentralization. And there is a number of people, including the discourses, who are in aggregate trying to follow whether or not decentralization is a good thing, for a number of things. One is decentralization good or bad to level regional differences in income? Right, so that's one thing. One could imagine that if you decentralize very much, then this will not go in favor of leveling the differences in the regions. That's the statistics or the sort of aggregates of this basically tell you that it depends very much on the level of economic development. So in least developed countries, they tend to accentuate differences. In more developed, they tend to reduce differences. The truth is, it very much depends on many other things. Mechanisms for inter-regional transfers and other things which are not necessarily about decentralization. I think about this, the level of corruption. I don't. It's again, I think decentralization to an extent is neutral. If you have a corrupt system, or people who are ready to be corrupted and people who are ready to pay into the system, they will find their way around. Whether it's through dodgy privatization, or through decentralization, or through independent agents, capturing independent agencies, there's almost no system that will be resilient if you're not taking corruption as such. And so I don't think decentralization is, again, I think decentralization in that sense is neutral. Right? What is important is that it's political and not administrative decentralization. And it's only, I think that's the Spanish experience. It's only useful if it's answering to the aspirations of the regions and it's not kind of thrown on at them. And if it's subject to the same high standards of transparency and control than the rest of the institutions, which was not the case in Spain, for instance.
Could the panel discuss, especially from the Italian perspective, the Spanish perspective, and the Irish perspective, whether the problem that the both gentlemen mentioned regarding public administration and actually having a public administration that it can execute the orders of the decision makers, whether you are facing in your countries the same problem?
Yes, I think there were various reasons why we had and got into the crisis in Ireland, and I think certainly one of them was an inadequate performance of the civil service, particularly in the finance ministry, who didn't manage to hold back ministers from making very unwise decisions. And reform is proving very difficult to achieve in the public sector in Ireland. There's no doubt about that, and it will continue to be a major challenge. Steps are being taken to address it, but it's very difficult because the fiscal position means that we're having to retrench very strongly at the same time, and it's hard to drive reform at the same time as you're sucking vast amounts of money out of the public sector. So there's a very, very serious difficulty there in Ireland as well. If I can make just one point about what Nikitas said as well, I think even in democracies, reform won't take place merely because a majority of the population will benefit from that reform taking place. If there was a correlation between the two of them, then we'd all be as prosperous as the United States. I think a crucial factor in getting reform to come about is overcoming the resistance of those who benefit from the continuation of the system as it is. And there are interest groups in all our countries who benefit from that. So I'd just be interested in the view of those in Greece as to whether it will actually be possible to overcome the interests of those who benefit, groups like perhaps lawyers or doctors or the extremely wealthy in Greek society. Because certainly we face our challenges in overcoming those challenges in Ireland as well. Curiously enough, the bailout deal has been used as a vehicle to overcome the resistance of lawyers in Ireland. This is something I think that Aris made reference to yesterday.
Well, this is exactly what happens in Greece, where we've had the first ever strike from judges. The first ever, completely illegal. We have the highest number of judges compared to the population in the world, and still we have the longest waiting list for judicial decisions, and they go on strike. Huh? Who would like to take the floor? I don't know.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to, you wanted to respond, yes? But
you asked Italy, right?
No, but
okay, we'll leave the floor to Italy.
You will answer about Italy afterwards, because my question will sort of build on the previous question about Italy. I will refer to Italy, but I would like to.
Okay, go ahead.
Yes. Okay. Thanks. So it actually goes both to Gustavo and Hugo, because I was firstly. It was a good surprise for me to see that from experts that the idea, the recipe in a way, probably doesn't work. So probably we're not really, and it has been quite frustrating for people that are not economists and who try to follow the whole discussion, especially in Greece, to first of all see where they stand in the debate and also try to convince others about the debate. The problem now that is generated is that the way the debate has been framed in Greece is a trade-off between reforms plus memorandum versus no reforms and no memorandum. Now, you cannot convince people about reforms if you do not convince them about the memorandum. If the austerity plan now doesn't work, so I shouldn't even try to convince people about the austerity plan, then I have very difficult time trying to convince them about the changes and the reforms. And this is actually, the situation is quite serious, because we caught upon Italy when Italy left the polarized multipartism in 1994. It's exactly this kind of political system died in Europe for 15 years, and now it reappears in Greece in its ugliest version. And it is really both urgent and difficult to address the situation, because of the interrelation between what should be sort of normatively desirable and the main debate that is about whether the austerity plan is actually the right way to go.
I mean, just my comment is that, again, so I think that some of the countries which are in crisis are not crisis for fiscal misbehavior, call it whatever you want. So I don't think that having an answer which is restrictive fiscal policy is the right answer. Now, in the case of Greece, it's more complicated because Greece did have fiscal misbehavior. It would be crazy, anybody would be crazy saying, fiscal policy in Greece was sustainable. Now, there is one thing that we all learn when we took the first economic class, and we teach when we teach the first economic class, is like that having a restrictive policy during recessions is a bad idea. So ideally, even in Greece, you would like to have an expansionary policy now and a restrictive, the concept of debt and fiscal sustainability is a long-term concept, you don't have to be sustainable over a period of 2 years, you have to be sustainable over the long run. Now, I would understand, however, I also understand how trepidant would be somebody, and since Greece doesn't have access now, so if you want to do an expansionary policy, somebody has to give you the money, or somebody has to give the money to Greece. I would understand how trepidant somebody would be to give the money to a country under the promise that, now I do what the textbook tells me to do, but I will do what the textbook tells me to do also in 5 years. Andrés Velasco, the Minister of Finance of Chile, said, you have to be Keynesian in good and bad times, not only, in bad times. And so there is a problem of political commitment, which I have no clue how to address for the specific problem of Greece. That's why fiscal stimulus in countries which do not have a sustainability problem now, like Germany, which could then spill over on the rest of the euro area, seem to be more feasible from the political point of view, even though there is huge resistance to that. I pass it to Gustavo.
To Gustavo, then to John Stevens, and then to Globalised.
As I said, I've been lobbying for a long time that one of the main problems with being happy in certain countries, which is the most important thing, and as a byproduct is also affecting competitivity, which I care a little bit less, because I care more. I think that a country where you live happy shouldn't have too many problems of competitiveness in a sense. But it's the quality of government, not the quantity of government. Unfortunately, memorandum of understandings don't go, for many reasons, also because it's difficult to measure quality, into the issue of quality, and they go into the issue of quantity, and many times making big messes. So if we want to talk about quality of government, and I think the perception in the people when they speak about Greece and Italy and Spain in the north, they have an issue with quality of government. They probably also have stereotypes about quantity of government, but certainly it is a big issue. So we're on the right track. So it's all about waste. What do we know about waste? Well, we know that waste is caused by two things, corruption or incompetence. For whoever has worked in the public administration and knows the people that work behind the offices and has a strong stereotype about the human nature, he would claim that corruption is very little, right? It's like, and incompetence is very big. We all believe that human nature is, we all believe. There was the myth of Gigi, I think, right, where there's Socrates saying that all men are meant to do good, and some guys saying, no, all men are meant to be, I can't remember his name, Glaucon, I think that was his name. All men are meant to be bad. And I think all of us share the idea that basically on average, 90% of the people mean to do good. So we would tend to think that competence is a problem and not corruption. Well, it turns out that it's true. These three guys that I mentioned in the American Economic Review that used all this data on procurement, not only they find that waste is huge, 2.3% of GDP in Italy in procurement, but they also, and this is why the article was published in the end, because the other result I didn't say, is that they managed to say, according to data, what share is due of waste is due to corruption in Italy, and what share is due to incompetence in Italy. In Italy. And they find 83% of incompetence. which is a fantastic result, right? It's a fantastic result, 83%, because it confirms our feeling about human nature, and destroys a stereotype, which is always good, and it's much easier to fight incompetence than to fight corruption. You just go to school and you learn how to be competent. To fight corruption, it takes you 200 years. However, when I taught this in a class, I met a carabiniere. He was a public procurer in the Carabinieri. He said, Professor, your article is really interesting. Not my article, all the people at the London School of Economics wrote this. But it's all crap. I said, what do you mean it's all crap? It's 100% corruption. He said, no, sorry. He said, no, it's all about corruption. And I'm going to explain to you why. He said, because even if the guy is incompetent, he was put there so that corruption could go through more easily. So what do you say to that? It's hard to respond. In a sense, it's really not very important, because the two things always go hand in hand. When there is more incompetence, it's easier for corruption to go through, exactly for the reasons that the Carabinieri was saying. But it's also true that when there is a lot of corruption, you don't have big incentives to become competent. You have other better ways to become. So basically you have to fight both. If you fight the battle for competence, for example, if you say, okay, if you get competent, we will reward you. The UK system has been doing this for a long time. And maybe you fight for corruption very well. So it's not very important that. What I think is important is that we start putting the right amount of policies to find ways. One, data. You need data. I mean, once you read this paper, one paper, I mean, it's not only a problem of Italy. We don't have data on procurement. Procurement is 15% of GDP. Is basically 30% of government action. It's 30% of the taxes we pay. Do we want to know more about this? Because once you know a little bit more, you can do revolutions, right? So, where are the data? That we can centralize. How much does it cost to have an internet platform where no procurement can be done unless you have communicated all the data, and you can quickly do a benchmark and see if you're buying this glass at 3 times the price. Who cares if you're incompetent or corrupt? I stop you. Can the European Commission help in that case? Yeah, it's a fixed cost. Fixed cost of organization, fixed cost of IT, they can certainly help. Corruption. Can the European, I was talking about this, I think that an anti-corruption authority across Europe would do wonders. School and health. Now, school and health is much more complicated because the services many times are immaterial. They are very hard to measure. How do you measure school and health? Sometimes when you try to measure school, you make a mess. If in America, for example, they have this huge problem that everything is standardized. And if everything is standardized, then you have very many distortions to teach well. You teach the program and you don't teach the kid. So it's not good to do reform. I think that, however, what Jorgen was saying is key. I think you're skeptical about solving things through fiscal federalism, more or less fiscal federalism. I think that, we should study a little bit more, and I'm not sure. For example, say that the teacher is local compared to the teacher coming from outside. What's going to happen? Is the teacher going to do better because he's local and he knows the kids and the families? Or the teacher is going to do worse because he's being captured by the local lobby? That we don't know. What we know empirically is that many times local is good. But if you look at Italy, what happened in Italy? We've had the Northern League. The Northern League has been very instrumental in changing, we thought for the better, the fiscal federal system by making it more local. And now we're having every day this debate. When I was listening to the governor, I was saying, my God, this is exactly the opposite debate that is going on in Italy, where all these local administrators are wasting money with corruption, and the local parties where they dress in dresses of Roman times, and they have orgies. When they win the election, they have orgies by dressing like Romans. There's a huge disgust in this moment in Italy about local.
We call it bunga bunga.
Bunga bunga, yes, I'm almost done. I just wanted to say, to get taxation closer, local taxation closer with local spending, maybe might be a good idea. In Italy, for example, we have local spending, we don't have local taxation. So if I'm a citizen, who do I get angry with when there is a bunga bunga party? Well, it's not clear because I'm not paying, I don't see the local taxes that I'm paying for this guy that is corrupt. So maybe the fiscal federalism is good, but it's been designed badly. But I think that all these things should be discussed, and they are really what is at the heart of the matter of a good life in Europe and many countries.
Thank you. We have a small time problem. I will ask you to be brief. John Stevens now.
Thank you. I will try to give a take to sort this question where he drew a parallelism between the Greek students trying to access university and the debt management or repayment of debt while we are in sunny days and not only care about it when there are rainy days. And I would like to start building on what Gustavo was saying about happy countries, and it's kind of in the essence that happy countries and repayment of debt do not go hand in hand together. And basically, another statement I would like to make is that basically we should not forget that debt is first intertemporal and intergenerational. That are two characteristics, two of the essences of debt. And also, bottom line is who incurred this debt or who has the decision. We argue that many times it's the debt management office, which is technocrats dealing with debt, but this is many times the strings are pulled by politicians, and politicians are legitimized by votes, and sometimes where elections are tied, you have to buy these votes, and these votes are acquired by means of popular measures. So yes, I fully agree that the repayment of debt should be counter-cyclical. And in that respect, there's a very nice example, Ecuador. Ecuador in their debt instruments include repayment of debt, a clause that for them to start buying out in the secondary market debt to reduce the total stock before maturity. Well, that was in the year 2000. However, the cherry on top of the pie is that Ecuador, who is a cousin of Argentina, either a serial defaulter, defaulted on these bonds prior to the moment that they had to start reviving them. So it's just the key point I'm trying to make is that usually, and I'm building on experience, I'm not indicating that that's a case of Greece, I'm building on experience in other jurisdictions whereby politicians are elected for one term, 4, 5, 6 years. In some jurisdictions they might get re-elected for another term, but basically in the second term, when they are running off favoritism, when their popularity starts decreasing, they start incurring more debts to be as popular as they can while the second term lasts, because then they leave office and they leave this time bomb to the next government, which usually happens to be the opposition. So if it explodes while the other government is in office, we are even better, because basically that means that then my party would be elected again. But here, this brings me back to what I was presenting yesterday. I'm saying that we still need to try to answer some of the underlying questions that are still open, that have been open for 10, 15, 20, 30, 50 years, that we still cannot find a full answer to them. And then this brings us to, okay, this is in the essence of the dynamics of debt, politicians, etc. So if we cannot tackle this problem from the root, then when we reach the issue of Puka parties, ends up being a more mundane. I'm not saying that it's a problem we should not focus on. Yesterday we were discussing with Fernando about, yeah, but who shall we hold accountable? Yeah, but I think that it's very important, and particularly in Greece we have so many lawyers, to try to help someone accountable. But my concern is there are still this more of a philosophical nature that still are unsolved. Thank you.
Εγώ θέλω να σας καλωσορίσω γιατί αυτές οι εκδηλώσεις για εμάς στην εσχατιά της Ελλάδος μια τροφή και πνευματική και κτήμα κουλτούρας. Αυτά δεν τα είχαμε συζητήσει μέχρι τώρα. Πριν από τον κύριο Τζοβανάκη που μας έκανε κάποιες φόρουμ κάποια στιγμή, στο κάνετε με δικιά του πρωτοβουλία. Είσαστε αξιόπαινοι που ήρθατε εδώ στα Χανιά, διότι από ό,τι μάθαμε είναι αξιόλογοι όλοι οι συνομιλητές. Με πρόλαβε προηγουμένως συνομιλητής ο οποίος μίλησε για διαφθορά. Ένα ερώτημα θέλω να ρωτήσω, διότι εμείς σαν λαός από κάπου καθοδηγούμαστε. Όταν λέμε διαφθορά και είναι οικονομικό και θέμα ελληνικό, το κατάνημα αυτό της οικονομίας μας, πού οφείλεται? Στον απλό λαό ή στην καθοδήγηση των ηγετών, οι οποίοι κατά κάποιον τρόπο δεν μας είχαν δώσει αυτή την κουλτούρα, όπως πιθανόν να έχουν οι Βόρειοι και μας έχουν διαχωρίσει οι Βόρειοι και τέτοια Ευρώπη, η Νότια Ευρώπη. Τι είμαστε εμείς εδώ στην Νότια Ευρώπη, από διοπομπέοι φράγοι? Και ποιοι ευθύνονται γι' αυτό? Και ήθελα να ρωτήσω, το ίδιο ισχύει στην Πορτογαλία, στην Ισπανία, όπως άκουσα στην Ιταλία, στη Μάλτα ακόμα. Τι γίνεται? Και ποιοι οφείλουν αυτό την απάντηση να δώσουν στο λαό της κοινωνίας κατά την οποία πήγαμε σε Ολυμπιακούς Αγώνες με μια προοπτική 4 δις. Ο Πατερής ξέρει και όλοι μας ξέρουμε που ασχοληθήκαμε, διότι ακροφυγός εγώ είμαι γιατρός, ασχολήθηκα κάπως με την τοπική αυτοδιοίκηση. Φτάσαμε σε έναν προϋπολογισμό 20 δις. Ποιο εξυπηρέτησε? Ποιοι οφείλουν να απαντήσουν και πότε λογοδότησαν αυτοί οι άνθρωποι? Και πάλι σας ευχαριστώ.
Για την ερώτηση, δυστυχώς είναι πολύ δύσκολη η απάντηση, φοβάμαι. Μαζί τα φάγαμε, έλατε. Να δώσω το λόγο στον Φερνάντο και...
Yes, I'll be very brief. You know, going back to the question of the reform of public administration, and I can tell you something about the Spanish case, but I just want to point to what I consider to be the main problem, which is that there's no choice whether we have to reform public administration or not. We have already reformed indirectly public administration simply through cutting public expenditure. So in a certain sense, everything had to be reorganized so that we could do the same things with less money. And this is what is creating a lot of political problems, particularly in Spain, you know, regarding, you know, the whole territorial administration of the country, because there's somehow the perception in Spain that our system is too expensive, which I don't think it's true. But I mean, this is a perspective, that's what people believe. And as you know, the social sciences believes equal to reality. So we have the same effect, or at least the same political effect. But I would like to connect the reform of public administration with something that seems obvious, the reform of the welfare state. Because then this brings us to very delicate subjects, which we are experiencing every day in our country, and which bring in something different than, let's say, public administration, corruption, or civil servants that might or may not be corrupt, or may not be incompetent, as you say. Which is the fact that the problem with the implementation of welfare state measures depends, on a large extent, also on how responsible citizens are in the use of welfare services. It is the case in my country that for the last years, you know, the expansion of the welfare state has been really spectacular. So particularly the health service, you could get practically anything free. It didn't cost anyone to get anything, no matter how many medicines you wanted to get them. Now, here's the problem. So we ended up being in per capita income of medicines the first in the world after the United States. And then because of these costs, people started, having to buy a part of certain medicine products, and following government data, in the last 2 months, the medicine consumption in Spain has dropped by 25%. What do I want to say with this? What I want to say with this is that if society doesn't feel accountable to itself for the use of these services, it doesn't matter how much we reform, the welfare state or the welfare state services. So I think this is, I want to underline the fact that here is again, the question of civil society together with cooperating with public institutions. And then, because the thing that we're looking at in most of the countries is that we have entered a vicious cycle. We need a better performance of public administration or of social services because we have less money. So we need we need them to perform better, but at the same time we cut the salaries. And so civil servants don't have any incentive to work more and better. And so then what happens? Then we have a greater inefficiency. And this inefficiency doesn't depend strictly on having a lesser disposal of resources, but I think it's also very much psychological. Every Friday we have groups of civil servants blocking one of the main streets of Madrid, La Castellana, because there are lots of ministries in order to protest because of the cut of the salaries. So what do we do? This is really not a problem simply of looking for a more efficient use of governance, but it's also a question of how we design, how a society can cooperate with itself in order to achieve better with less. And I think this might be the real question, at least in my country, Spain.
Very quickly, I just occurred to me what I should have been talking about yesterday, which is actually the experience of the Conservatives under Mrs. Thatcher attempting very severe reforms. This may seem a curious example, but I would say there are 2 lessons for Greece or Spain or anyone from that. There is this debate about, do you go for national unity in the face of a crisis, or do you go for confrontation? What mattered for Britain was that externally we had a relatively benign environment, that we had a problem, but broadly speaking other people didn't have a problem. And that made it a lot easier. But what definitely worked, and I started my political career working with Michael Heseltine in planning how to undermine the National Union of Mine Workers. And that was a very focused plan. We didn't do it immediately. It was prepared. You've got to choose your enemies, whether it's lawyers or tax evaders or whatever. You've got to choose your enemies. You have to build a campaign against them. And you've got to go after them. And you've got to create almost an atmosphere of civil war. That's what works. But you can only do that if you have overall external support. The mixture you want is European level solidarity and national level civil war. And that's how you get it, in my view.
Well, unfortunately, you cannot do that. You cannot do that in Greece because everyone is against it. You cannot find.
Not everybody is alive. Not everybody is alive.
Yeah, but
not everyone is in charge. Not everyone is a tax event.
Yeah, but if you got public sector wages, private sector wages, you have everybody against it. That's the point.
Well, you've got to choose your enemy. And choose battles you can win.
I agree, but that was not possible in a democratic way. Now, is there anybody else who wants to make a contribution? Because we will finish with Alex.
I really have a last comment on.
You want to have a last comment? Okay, the last comment, then we'll move to Alex.
It's about the fiscal federalism. There's a nice example in Odyssey, which is suburb in Athens. So in about the same days they were announcing they're completely against the university, private university being based there. And they were also announcing they will make a new company that will have like 2 or 3 city buses going from one corner of the suburb to the other. That's a problem for me of fiscal federalism. So these guys are spending money that they're not raising, so their citizens don't care at all about this money they have spent. And they don't care at all about business, and they don't want to bring business to the city, right? So I think in the end it's complicated. Just need an economist to sit down and work a lot on how this should be done. It's not a question for 5 minutes. It's just my time.
So to wrap up the website, please. To wrap up these 2-day events, first of all, I would like to, on behalf of Greek Public Policy Forum, to thank dearly every single one of you that came here today, particularly our foreign visitors, but also our local representatives, former government officials, and of course the people, the citizens. And particularly would like to thank for the great support Kyriakos personally. Thank you very much. The Chania Resort Hotel, representatives from Thailand, the support from the regional authorities from the prefecture of Crete, and the useful use of the regional development funds to support this activity. I would like to wrap up by saying the following. And the Economic Chamber, by all means, of course. I would like to wrap up with the following thoughts. You see, perhaps you cannot see it right now, this is our website. First of all, if this type of events have anything to contribute, is the ongoing process of deliberation. Jordi mentioned something very interesting, and Vasilis came up with a motto as to take from here. And I changed it a little bit. It's harness your anger into constructive action. This, I think, is because everybody's angry with a good reason. But the point is, so far in Greece, in Italy, and in Spain with the indignados, the anarchismeni, we have seen a lot of anger, nihilism developed and manifested through support of very peculiar organizations that they get the benefit of their anti-systemic nature. I think it is time for us to really harness this anger, this rightful anger, into constructive action, and together within the various countries within the EU to start speaking with each other without any stereotypes or atavistic reactionary sentiments, and try to move forward. This is our website, and we would like all of you to keep in touch with us. Send us your comments, particularly those that refer to how we could do things better. Because we are planning the next events. We will have a debriefing section afterwards with the other members of the team, and we would like to hear from you, really. We are on Facebook, this is our website. We are also on LinkedIn. You can register so you can get regular updates of our activities. And on that note, I would like to conclude a couple of administrative housekeeping points. We will have lunch immediately afterwards, and at 7, pardon? We are also on Twitter, I do apologize. And at 7 o'clock we will gather at the reception, whereby we will be taken to the wonderful old town of Chania. which is an amazing place.
7.
7 o'clock. Thank you very much.
One last final request. One of the incredible women that we had in our company, she asked me very politely if you could send me your presentation so that she can have a better overview of what we discussed and to provide the basic information. So please, if you could send me your PowerPoints, if you want to.
Last point. And last point, thanks very much for the support and particularly simultaneous translation, which obviously is a bit of a challenge. Marilyn, thank you very much.